Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the conference Integration for Unaccompanied Minors, a multidimensional approach by Proud Project. It's very nice to see you all here today to discuss these important issues. And I would like to start by calling to the stage Ms. Laura Papa, President of Metadrasy.
Αξιότιμη κυρία Υπουργέ, αξιότιμη κύριε αγαπητέ.
Your Excellency, Minister, Secretary General, I'm very glad that we are everybody here with the coronavirus. Everybody wished to meet in person. Our conference is also in the internet. I welcome you to the Proud Conference, and for the background, I would like to say something that makes us proud as well. When announced by the European Commission and our experience in unaccompanied minors, we thought of being partners, and we made the communication with other agencies of the EU member states. I tell you that a lot of agencies told us that we need to be coordinators. So we took the step forward, an NGO. We are the coordinator of this important project. It lasted for 2 years, and which I would say its success is that it was not an interstate cooperation during which we changed know-how and we went home. We produced a model, we and people from the Netherlands to Spain for the SIL. We made steps for mentoring in Greece, where it was implemented. It became a very good model. You will hear during the panel and tomorrow during the workshop. We had a comparative study, and we see that from this work, the challenges, some of them are common in many EU member states. One of them is what becomes with these children when they are 18 years old, and we'll see what happens in the Netherlands. Inclusion, integration of children. I would like to say that Greece, unfortunately, has one of the highest record of infertility. We need to include and integrate these children, even though they might stay for a week, is a success. We talk about the European lifestyle. These children, the sooner we integrate them in education, we embrace them with mentors to understand what the values of Europe are, and they understand that they might have a future here, it is a success. And I think border countries bear the burden. We see children that are back, or they are that are around the secondary movements, and we talk about tertiary movements, etc. Some of them are victims of trafficking. They go to the Netherlands, then they go to the UK. They come back. What for? Before I rest my case, I would like to thank our partners. They are Germany, the Netherlands, and Spain. It is very important. We have tried to include other countries, not partners of this project, like Portugal, Ireland, and they attended some of our trainings. And we had a guide issued on how we manage, especially the professionals involved in SIL, and the protocol of mentoring, which need be disseminated in various NGOs involved with these issues. Metadrasy is an organization of the civil society, and we are here to pave the way, to introduce innovations and assure that we can. Sometimes I hear that Greece this and Greece that, but nevertheless we have done some steps forward. SIL is a step forward taken by Metadrasy here in Greece, but we needed to work hard to be accepted. And one of our claims, we built the main model, which was followed by other organizations, and we exported it to other countries, is to decrease the age 16 plus, whereas in us, since we are rather hesitant when we started as Metadrasy, we said let's go to 16 plus or 17. The second part we are going to hear during the panels is that accommodation facilities or SILs should be autonomous. For a long time, we did not accept children that were about to be part of the family reunifications. And we were rather hesitant at the beginning, but now we find it difficult, and we need to find other models of integration and support, since they are going to travel legally to another country. So we would like to see a model where children of SIL are children that are going to be integrated in the host country. Thank you all, especially the partners and the team of Metadrasys. I see that we have an exceptional result. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Και να καλέσω στο βήμα την κυρία Βούλτεψη.
And I would like to invite Mrs. Sofia Vultepsi to the podium, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Migration and Asylum.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Papa. Indeed, it is a great pleasure to be here with you to your conference on the occasion of the presentation of Relocation Project. My understanding is that you have concluded it successfully, thanks to the involvement of so many people, organizations, partners, under the inspired leadership and coordination of you, Mrs. Papa, because I know that you supervise everything, that you are passionately involved. And you referred to 2-3 points that was of concern from the very first moment that I got into office. The first, the unaccompanied minors when reaching the age of 18. Recently we had the case of Saidu. This is so because a child is not always, his age, her age is not always the one corresponding to the course attending. So adulthood might reach them in the middle of lyceum of the secondary school. And we are discussing this topic with Mr. Moskov. Actually, well, currently the intervention is rather vague. We are discussing that it is not correct. However, something more permanent and more steady, more legislation-oriented need to be in place. As for the living style, how to put it? Well, we have already discussed in the Parliament, it is actually a national policy regarding inclusion and integration, and we'll discuss further on the inclusion and integration of unaccompanied children. I have been criticized for that, but how I cannot understand, and I have discussed it with Mr. Moskov and our partners, and I want to see it implemented. I do not understand why children may not speak Greek instead of Greek, and while we promote a European living style. Of course, we accept all other cultures. However, we are speaking about a lifestyle, how to put it. Otherwise, we can't have inclusion and integration, real inclusion. And I do believe in this concept because it's an enormous opportunity for all of us, particularly for unaccompanied minors that are alone in our country. This is a great opportunity for them to get closer to the people. And I wish we had more capacity to absorb such people, to host more children, instead of having them relocated, which might be successful. However, parting and being separated, it's something hard. The capacity of our country is 2,500. Thanks to a Danish donation, we are creating 250 more jobs, and we are getting oriented, hosting rather positions. And this is the political orientation as well, to have more position to host. Independent living supports this concept, as Laura mentioned earlier, that we might drop the age threshold, the threshold rather ceiling. I'm not in favor of lowering the age ceiling, whereas we've got 30 years old adults coming back to us. However, independent living is something precious. They live a normal life under some kind of supervision. For us, unaccompanied minors is a priority. You know that. It's a priority of our Prime Minister. He actually wanted this service to be in place in my agenda, and personally has set the issue under his personal attendance and protection. So we've got the highest possible support, and we are working hardless. The Secretariat has been created in 20 from scratch. Nothing existed beforehand. So it started with Irini Agapidaki, and it's still active with Iraklis Moskov. And I believe that it shall continue similarly successful, because it was indeed a success to reach several records, such as the identification of homeless children. It is a success when we had the fire in Moria to remove 450 children overnight. It is a success to have the largest relocation of minors, a project implemented fully during the pandemic, with closed frontiers, very few flights, and we managed to overcome this challenge in the middle of the pandemic. It is a success to have no more closed living structures. We've eliminated these measures. When that started back in 20, the identification of children, we come up with a number of 5,500 children living in vulnerable, precarious situations. This is an enormous number. And again, when we decided to eliminate the law on protected housing, meaning we do not wanted them to be living in cells in some kind of imprisonment so that they would avoid menaces and attacks. So that was unspeakable. But yet we had in such living conditions 350 children. However, there are still lots of things to be done. Laura mentioned the case of children over 18. We are currently preparing a special project as a continuation of ILIOS, consider it as such, which shall involve children 6 months before completing 18 years of age up until the 24th year. This is a critical 3 years' time. They need to decide whether they want to follow a career, if they wish to get trained in some kind of profession, to get educated. 18 minus 1 day I protected, 18 plus a day, I open the door and there she is off. This is irrational and can't exist practically speaking. It is easy for those children, fully protected, fully provided by everything. All of a sudden, overnight, they are in the middle of the road. It is certain that they'll become victim of some kind of cases, of incidents, of events that we want to avert. So this is again in the framework of independent living. Independent living is a must for all people, like in terms of means to move forward. Iraklis Moskov shall discuss this issue further on. I'm at your disposal whenever you need something, to provide infos, to consider proposals. You know that it is totally different to be speaking or to be doing instead of doing something. However, I believe that by the end of my mandate, there shall be lots of things in place so that this project, this work may continue, so that other people in the future won't start from scratch, which is an enormous mistake. There must be some kind of continuation. To ensure that, we need a project in place. Unfortunately, Laura, 11 o'clock, there's a voting in the parliament, so sometime earlier I need to leave, but I'll be here to listen to Iraklis Moskov. I wish you every success and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I would like to call now Mr. Iraklis Moskov, Special Secretary for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors. Thank you.
Address myself in English to you because I really believe in the extroverted character and nature of this project and our collaboration with our partners abroad. So we are very grateful to the work that Mentorship has been doing for all these many years. Whether we talk about how they started with translations or the excellent collaboration we have for the transfers of and they accompany how to accompany the children when we try to refer them from our emergency mechanism through our emergency mechanism. Whether we talk about their excellent collaboration you have with child prosecutors and judiciary, with local society and local community in general, and of course, last but not least, the Guardianship Project, which is a milestone for us, and you have been instrumental in that, and we are really looking forward now to the passing of the new legislation on guardianship that is that will go to the Parliament within the next month. So you also have been very important in the accommodation of children and also refugees, and also we have a very good partnership with the National Emergency Response Mechanism, which is, as the Minister said, a very important tool in our effort to rescue children, unaccompanied children who are living in precarious conditions in homelessness. And of course, if we fail to protect them, then it is only natural that somebody else will try to offer their own integration, which is mostly things that have to do with recruiting them into criminality, into other very dangerous circumstances, which we are trying to avoid through our integration approach. For us, it's very important to have a real connection with the children, to be able not just to offer a safe accommodation, nutrition, but also we are trying through our frontline professionals to put projects that will really relate to their situation, to the insecurity they feel about their legal status, for example, to the aspirations they have, to the dreams they have, because it is very important. If we want to really be honest with our integration approach, we should really try to connect and empathize with them. This is one thing that we're trying to do through projects like the mental health hub that we have now in the Secretariat, and if we are successful there, then they will feel more motivated to participate in all the excellent package of protection and integration that frontline professionals and NGOs like yours are offering. So it is very important to avoid abscondment, to avoid dropouts from schools, to avoid juvenile delinquency and all the other bad things that go with when I'm saying we, I'm not just putting the state, but if we as a society fail to protect and integrate them. So it is something very strategic for us to offer through semi-independent living, through mentorship, to try to encourage our children to participate, to go to school, to learn the language, to learn soft skills, to offer programs of employability, and other things that will facilitate their integration in our society. So as you know, we had this very important symbolic gesture of the Prime Minister a week ago to meet with Saidou Camara, which I think reflects our society, how we feel about kids that are going to school and want to become members of our society. We want to support that. We are passionate about that. And I meet every day through our mentorship program, through our SEALS program, and through your programs, every day kids like Saidou who want to integrate in our society, and it's only natural for us to facilitate that and support that. So we want that to become even more operational, more functional, more to gain more ground with the society, to also raise the awareness about these kids, about the magnificent prospects that they have, because sometimes we only treat them as a philanthropy issue, which is not only that. If these kids are treated with a necessary approach, they have an excellent survivor and resilience skill, a package for integration which may make miracles. So this is what we want to see. And we are grateful to all the support that you are doing for that. And we're looking forward to collaborate with you and with all the other partners in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moskov. I would now like to call Mr. Matthias Oehl, Director at DG Home. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Minister, Mr. Special Secretary, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, yes. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting the DG Migration and Home Affairs to this conference, which marks the completion of the PROUD project, which is funded by the EU under the Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund. And let me also thank you personally for having invited me, because this event reminds me of prior occupations I had in the last 10 years and which are closely linked to the topic of your conference today and which are close to my heart since I occupied them during my job. From 2013 to 2015, I was heading within the Directorate General for Home Affairs a task force for Greece, which also covered, among others, the challenge of the integration of unaccompanied minors. And from 2017 to 2019, I was, as Director inter alia, in charge of legal migration and integration policy. And I'm deeply convinced that only a sustainable integration is the real closing stone of a successful migration process. And that is why I'm very happy to be with you today and to say a few words on the PROUD projects, which contributes to a successful integration of unaccompanied minor. The Commission in particular supports the expansion of alternative care systems for unaccompanied minors. One example of this is the supported independent living, which Madam President has already mentioned, because the SIL helps better the unaccompanied children to develop their life skills and support their transition to adulthood in the local communities. Appropriate housing, education, and vocational training are all essential components to promote the integration of unaccompanied minors. And this is why the EU is funding several projects under the Asylum, Migration, Integration Fund to promote alternative care practices through cross-border exchanges of best practices and know-how. The PROUD project is one example where partners from Greece, the Netherlands, Spain, and Germany have shared know-how to increase their capacity to implement and reinforce the model of supported independent living in their respective countries. Another important element of the PROUD project is the promotion of mentoring schemes, where young people who arrived in Europe as unaccompanied minors are trained to become mentors to help other unaccompanied minors. Let me say that this method specifically has shown positive results to facilitate the integration process, because it is about trust. Only if a minor builds up trust, and this is via a mentor possible, the integration of this unaccompanied minor in the society will be successful. The Commission continues to actively support Greece's efforts to develop an effective and sustainable reception system for unaccompanied minors. And we have witnessed progress in this area in the last 2 years under the lead of the Deputy Minister of Migration and Asylum for Integration, and more specifically, the Special Secretariat for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors, and I would like to thank you both very much for this. Allow me also to mention some of these positive developments, and I will be very telegraphically. The number of accommodation places has increased, both in shelters and in supported independent living. A national emergency response mechanism has been set up to identify and trace unaccompanied minors living in precarious living conditions within a 24/7 hotline. A new law on guardianship for unaccompanied minors is currently under preparation. As mentioned already, a mentorship program is in place for unaccompanied minors. And finally, the Greek authorities are also planning to launch a specific integration project to facilitate the transition to adulthood for unaccompanied minors between 18 and 21 years. I would also like to mention the voluntary relocation scheme from Greece, which was launched in 2020 and which has allowed 1,200 unaccompanied minors to start a new life in other member states. The Commission is the coordinator of this EU-funded scheme, which is a concrete expression of European solidarity and in particular in these weeks, European solidarity is of major importance. With these remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I would once again like to thank the organizers for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to be reminded of former personal, professional activities. I wish you interesting and fruitful discussions today, and let me conclude by saying you can really be proud of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these kind words, Mr. Eul. I would now like to call to present for us the research that was done in the framework of PROUD, Ms. Zoe Anakasapi, who is a lawyer and scientific officer for the Center for European Constitutional Law. Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Metaderas, first of all, for organizing this great event. I'm very happy and proud to be here in this closing conference, and especially being amongst such esteemed guests such as the Madam Minister and the Special Secretary and the Director from DG Immigration. My name is Zoe. I am a lawyer and I work at the Center for European Constitutional Law, which is a research foundation here in Greece. We were responsible for leading the work package which was concerned with the research that was the basis of this project. So, as said before, there is 4 countries participating in the PROUD project. We have Greece, of course, we have Spain, Germany, and the Netherlands. So it was very important for us to have a look at what's going on actually on the ground regarding the legislation, the practices that are in place to support unaccompanied minors, and see what kind of gaps we're facing, what kind of challenges, and what kind of common needs were in place, so that we may then proceed with a targeted intervention that would benefit the unaccompanied minors in our countries. So very briefly about the Center for European Constitutional Law. We're a public benefit foundation. We coordinate the focal point for the Fundamental Rights Agency network here in Greece. So we're very much active in the fields of fundamental rights, conducting research, field research, and so on and so forth. And we are very much involved in European projects concerning legal research and the rights of various vulnerable people. So very briefly about our methodology in the PROUD project. Pretty much standard research, desk research was conducted in all 4 member states involved. We looked at legislation, policy papers, proposals, strategies that were in place. And of course, we conducted primary research through semi-structured interviews with various stakeholders, including state actors, NGO actors. And so we had the chance to form a pretty thorough view and outlook on what's going on in terms of supporting unaccompanied minors in their transition to adulthood more specifically. So I will try to be brief. This was a research conducted throughout the whole of 2020. I was somewhat involved in the research for Greece. Unfortunately, my colleague Dimitra Malandraki was not able to attend here. She was sort of leading the project for Center for European Constitutional Law, and I would like to thank her very much for all her work. So I will present our findings very briefly, and we'll try to identify some common challenges and some common needs, which helped us to then move on with the rest of the work packages and the rest of the project and the intervention. So regarding Greece, first and foremost, and I would like to apologize for weighing a bit more on Greece, as this was the part of the research that we led, but happily we have our partners here with us today, and so feel free to add to the findings for your own countries. So as we all know, Greece used to be one of those countries that was mostly on the Sorry. So we would mostly sort of send out migrants and refugees across the world. We found ourselves mostly starting from the 90s, but mostly in the beginning of the 2000s, and more so after the sort of whole crisis in the Middle East and the MENA area, in the receiving end of migration flows. So we saw a great increase in migrants in general and in unaccompanied minors more so in recent years. We saw a huge increase between 2018 and 2019 of more than 42% in unaccompanied minors in Greece, and we found ourselves, as the minister mentioned earlier, hosting more than 5,000 migrants in Greece. So, of course, there are many important steps that we had the chance to take and many important policies that were enacted. Most importantly, the establishment of the Special Secretariat for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors. And luckily, we have a number of shelters in place, which were increased in recent years as well. So according to the research, which I repeat concerns until 2020 to early 2021, we had 59 centers with a total of 1,595 places. We had 47 supported independent living apartments for unaccompanied minors of older than 16 years old, and we have planned an additional 18 for a total of 72 places. We also have safe zones for 390 places, and also emergency accommodation in hotels and other facilities. So there's a number of competent authorities concerned with unaccompanied minors in Greece. We have, of course, the General Secretariat for the Reception of Asylum Seekers. We have the Special Secretariat for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors, the Reception and Identification Service. We have the Asylum Service, of course, the National Center for Social Solidarity, and other actors are also involved in sort of protecting and accommodating minors. We have the whole scheme of guardianship, which is in place and will continue to be implemented through the Public Prosecutor's Office. And of course, the police is also somewhat involved always in these procedures. Now we have the National Strategy for Migration in Greece, which focuses at the local level on creating the basis for the active involvement and participation of various institutional and local actors in the process of integration. And we also have the No Child Alone scheme, which was announced, and I suppose it will be promoted soon enough through the Ministry for Migration. Now, regarding the legal framework, a bit more specifically, there are several procedures envisaged in the law on migration regarding unaccompanied minors. We have special safeguards for vulnerable migrants and especially the minors who require special protection and are recognized as vulnerable persons in need of special reception conditions. And of course, we have the Guardianship Law, which was a regulatory framework envisaged for foreign and stateless persons under the age of 18 who arrive in Greece unaccompanied or separated. So there is a framework in place. We always work toward improving it, and this is very fortunate, of course. However, there are still a few gaps and challenges, especially as regards practice. This concerns the lengthy procedures, which are always an issue, of course, and are linked to several factors, including staff shortages, resources, of course, always. We have the age assessments, which can be tricky and problematic with minors. There needs to be a more comprehensive framework, mechanisms, and tools to ensure that age assessments are performed appropriately and that minors are not treated as adults due to faulty multi-age assessments. We have children who unfortunately could still face types of detention and deprivation of liberty throughout the asylum process. And of course, we have the risk of homelessness, which is always present, although, as mentioned earlier, there have been important steps to combat that and several schemes concerned with this issue. There are some general issues that sort of plague the Greek legal system, which are present in most procedures. There is the issue of legal aid, for example, which is essential for unaccompanied children, especially, which is kind of quite problematic in several regards. There is always the issue of interpretation. There's always so many people that can be involved in this, and as mentioned, the numbers are just too great sometimes to ensure that all these services are available readily for all those who need them. And of course, there is the issue of having guardians present during the asylum procedure for children. Bureaucracy is an issue that we see in all cases, in all involved countries. Bureaucratic procedures can be cumbersome, can be confusing, especially when there is no proper support for the person involved, and especially if they're vulnerable and a minor. And lack of specialization a lot of times among the staff concerned. In addition to that, the guardianship, the law on guardianship needs to be reinforced and properly implemented. There are a few gaps with regards to prosecutors acting as guardians and some challenges in relation to their already heavy workloads, and the fact that, as is, each prosecutor would be assigned a great number, possibly even hundreds of children at a time. So we need to ensure that proper attention and proper care is paid to all of them. And then moving on to supported independent living, which is of course a great innovation, and we're very happy to be part of a project that sort of reinforces this important institution. It's very important that stakeholders are informed and adapt to the challenges of this new process and new framework. Most respondents in the research, the vast majority of them, agreed that this is a very important step and would be beneficial to prepare the child for the transition into adulthood. And however, there is still the need for a comprehensive framework which would ensure the transition from being an adolescent and being still a child to being an adult of over 18 years of age. So these are some of the main issues identified in Greece. The most pressing, I would say, needs is to sort of ensure that detention is ended. There is no deprivation of liberty for any minor whatsoever. The guardianship mechanism is implemented promptly, and the age assessment procedures are holistic and fair. So moving on to Spain, then. So you will see patterns, you will see similar issues arising in the different countries participating in the project. Spain faces some of the issues that Greece faces as well. There is a great number of refugees arriving in Spain as well, a great number of unaccompanied minors. And this was due to children, mainly children arriving by boat from the southern border. Now, with regards to the policy framework, there is the issue of sort of the different territories and communities in Spain not implemented one holistic strategy and one program for the integration of unaccompanied minors. There are gaps there in terms of establishing the same criteria for the reception of unaccompanied minors and their treatment. Autonomous communities need to implement a single policy for the protection of children. Protection procedures and facilities are usually outsourced. The directives and strategies are set by the bodies of each autonomous communities, but the management of the centers for minors, emergency centers, and various services and programs for protection and support to adult life where they exist are managed by organizations, private companies, and NGOs contracted by the public administration. So studies and reports on the situation of unaccompanied minors coincide to highlight their inefficiency, either from a legal perspective or from a practical perspective with regards to the social treatment of minors. Age determination procedures have been a concern of the Committee on the Rights of the Child and the Spanish Ombudsman. So again, we see that age assessments are a problematic area, and there is an absence of a statewide policy to guarantee the reception and social integration of unaccompanied minors. Now, in most of the autonomous regions, there are no specific programs to facilitate the transition to adult life when unaccompanied minors turn 18. The only emancipation programs promoted by institutions and are specifically aimed at unaccompanied minors are operating in the Basque Country and in Aragon, a program called 17+. In the rest of the autonomous regions, there are no specific programs, and different protection centers implement very diverse strategies for transition into adult life. Now, moving on to Germany, I would say that overall we see that law and practice are more in line with the sort of standards on protection of unaccompanied minors. Again, Germany has taken in a large number of refugees and is a host country to many, many migrants, especially from Afghanistan, Somalia, Guinea, Eritrea, Syria, Iraq, Gambia, and Iran. There is a robust system for housing of refugee minors in the youth welfare system, which guarantees intervention and basically is almost the same system as the one applied to young people from Germany. However, there are some separate provisions with regards to unaccompanied minors, which creates two tiers for the treatment based on their nationality. So it can be argued, and the German researchers argued, that the system generally works. There are rights, there are mechanisms to provide protection, reception, and access to various services. However, in practice, as is always the case, unaccompanied minors face a number of challenges, social challenges, with regards to their integration. Now, the German education and vocational training system, despite the heterogeneous student population and different resources, still focuses on formal qualifications related to the German language, which can also always be problematic for non-native speakers. And one of the biggest challenges is to ensure that services provided to young adults beyond the age of 18 do not end at adulthood. And again, bureaucracy is another issue that seems to arise in all cases. Finally, with regards to the Netherlands, there is a very robust system for the care of minors. We have our partner, Stichten Nidos, with us, who is responsible for these procedures. Migrant numbers started increasing in 2014. The ethnic background of the children arriving in the Netherlands is quite heterogeneous. So many different countries: Syria, Morocco, Eritrea, Iraq, and Afghanistan. There is quite an obvious motivation for unaccompanied minors to leave countries of origin and choosing Netherlands for their country of destination. There is an easy asylum and family reunification procedure. There is a good reputation of the country in terms of freedom, safety, tolerance, and anti-racist attitudes, democratic values, and so on and so forth. And there are great opportunities for study and work and good quality of facilities and services. Now, the system in the Netherlands is well established, and stakeholders that are involved in the implementation of the policy for unaccompanied minors have concrete and clear roles, without many overlaps. There is the Ministry for Security and Justice, there is a central agency for the reception of asylum seekers, there is NIDOS, the Ombudsman for Children, Immigration and Naturalization Service, the Repatriation and Departure Service, and the Dutch Council for Refugees. Of course, there are always some challenges and obstacles. Asylum procedures can be relatively lengthy. I would say that they take from 3 months up to a year Of course, we see in many countries that this is considered a short procedure. However, it's happy to see that even 3 months are considered to be quite lengthy, especially in the cases of children. The type of accommodation where unaccompanied minors live depends on their integration context. There are foster families, and there is an effort to ensure that there are cultural similarities, which is a practice that seems quite promising, actually. And of course, the education of unaccompanied minors can last, for their integration, can last from 1 to 2 years. Depending on their specific needs. The most crucial challenge is in the transition, again, between unaccompanied minors when they turn into adults and they have to leave the protective environment provided in their case. So these were the main points identified through our research. We can see that there are similarities between all our countries. We can see that there are some challenges, but some good practices also identified, which was one of the main goals that we went for in this project, and it's always a great opportunity to have different European countries collaborate in this project, because we can then sort of cross-fertilize our ideas and see what works and what doesn't work in different contexts. So we see some of our main challenges are age assessments, are bureaucratic obstacles, overlapping of the sort of competent authorities and their competences. There is always the difficulty of accommodating different cultural and national backgrounds, and one of the most important challenge highlighted in all contexts is the transition to adulthood. So how we treat minors versus how we treat them when the day they turn 18, basically, as highlighted earlier. This is something that needs to be worked on and needs to be safeguarded so that these children continue to enjoy rights and services as they transition into adults. There are also, depending on national context, several issues related to resources. Of course, oftentimes there's little that can be done about that, but we hope that with the support of the European Commission, for example, we can work toward that in the future as well and support our countries in this regard. So that's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Ms. Kasapi. We'll now take a short break and be back here at 11:20 for our first panel on housing and mentoring. Thank you. Welcome back. Now we're going to start with the first panel on housing and mentoring and how these are ways to which we can surpass marginalization. Sorry, forgot to take off my mask. The facilitator will be Ms. Theoni Koufonikolakou, Ombudswoman for Children's Rights here in Greece and Chair of the European Network for Ombudspersons for Children. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone and welcome. We are here to discuss lively, hopefully, this multi-dimensional approach on inclusion that is of the essence for the protection and promotion of the rights of children on the move as embedded in UNCRC. Attempting just a short introduction, don't worry, on this thematic area, one would of course argue and acknowledge that accommodation and especially supported independent living are important for children on the move. But since this kind of support is only part of the holistic investment in which each state is legally committed to, one would also have to acknowledge that SEAL and accommodation in general are closely related to other aspects of children's lives and well-being. In that sense, child-friendly registration, a multidisciplinary age assessment system, access to quality mental health services, and this has emerged as an outstanding need, especially after the pandemic crisis, the educational inclusion and active encouragement of children, the implementation of foster care scheme and legal guardianship, in which our state is still faced with structural obstacles and systemic deficiencies, are linked strongly to SEAL and to the inclusion of children affecting its success. Furthermore, the regularization, residence and work permit, of their status throughout their childhood, but also post-adolescence is considered a crucial variable for their development. We now know that more than everything, our systems must invest in a framework that inspires trust and builds confidence and respect in children by carefully listening to them. Therefore, I'm very happy to coordinate a panel of professionals working in the field, coming from the field, that are aware of the actual needs of unaccompanied children and will share their experience today. So I would like to invite to this panel Ms. Eva Tempesta, social worker working in SEAL from Nidas. Hello and welcome. Ms. Patricia Meya, social worker from Fundación Idea, Spain. Dr. Vasi Leontari, Head of Programs and International Cooperation from NGO Apostoli. Ersi Koi, Head of Programs for Unaccompanied Children from Metadrasi. Hello and welcome. Hello. Would you like to take the mic? Yeah.
I think so.
And Mr. Govas will be interpreting for Patricia? No? No? No, that's not true? Okay. Okay. We'll find it. We'll find it. Okay, so welcome. We're here to discuss SEAL, but also overall the investment in the inclusion of children and the initiatives taking into account your experience, your contact with children, and everything else. So I'd like to start with Nidas. I would like you to walk us through a little bit, to walk us through your system. What's the legal mandate? What are the first interventions to facilitate inclusion? What is your overall experience?
Yes, so hello everybody. Yes, NIDOS is the National Guardianship Agency in the Netherlands, and since more or less 30 years, it is in charge of providing guardianship for unaccompanied minors who are present on the whole territory of the Netherlands. Plus, it is in charge to provide SEAL locations for refugee status children.
Okay, so a child arrives. Yes. What is the first thing you do? What is...
Yeah, so when the child arrives in the Netherlands, there is one center which is located in the north part of the Netherlands, and this is where the child goes to register. Once the child registers there is a small interview with some of our NIDOS guardianships who will see where the child will be located, and afterwards he will go to a first refugee center where they will have one guardianship that will follow them during the whole procedure for asking for refugee status.
Okay, and what do you think are the main aspects of inclusion according to you? You have all that experience throughout the years. First of all, is it provided, stipulated within your legal framework somehow that NIDOS is responsible for this kind of support to children?
Yes, so once the children get their refugee status, they will come to live in one of our CO locations, and this is really like the moment where we invest in for integration. Because once the refugee, we receive this refugee status, they can really like focus on perspective and really, the future plans, what they are going to do in the Netherlands and what they want to reach in the Netherlands. And once they arrive in the sale location, I mean, what is already mentioned before, we try to invest in building up this trustful relationship, which is actually very crucial to understand the needs of the children. We also provide them and assist them in going to school. And then all the things that will facilitate the integration into the societies. We keep them in contact with the neighbors. We try to see what they want to do in their free time. We try to extend their network. And we try actually to create all the circumstances so that they will be ready once they turn 18.
Okay, that's very interesting, and I'll come back to you. Yeah. So, Patricia, I'd like to ask you, what's your experience?
Hello to everyone also. First of all, I'm going to apologize because my English sometimes it's not perfect, worries. But no I will do my best.
We don't care.
My experience is in Spain we work a little bit different than what she was explaining. When a minor arrives, they also go to an emergency center that they need to be there for more or less 2 days or 3 days, and they explore a little bit who are they or why they arrive until Spain. And after that, they are sent to another shelter. But the shelters, for example, in Fundación Idea, the shelters that we work, the main difference is that they are small shelters. Maximum amount of children, it's going to be 15. It's not 50 or it's not a big shelter.
Okay.
Then this gives you the opportunity to work with them and to know the needs, what they need and how, what they are the objectives, and to work together to the integration. And also what I think that it's a huge important remark is that now there is a new law in Spain, and just for being a minor you have the right of having a living permit and working permit when you turn 16. And you don't need to do the asylum process, you have the right, and this right meets you the opportunity of building your life over there.
Okay, that's extremely important. So let's dive into that a bit more. So the child is entitled to a legal permit, regardless of whether we have a beneficiary of international protection, the child receives the legal permit. How important, you said outside that the amendment of the legal framework has taken place recently. What changes did you see in children after this amendment?
I think it's a huge change, and it's a huge opportunity for them and for everyone, for all the society, because you are a citizen from Spain. You are part of Catalonia and for our region, and then you build your life. You have the opportunity of building your life, and if you need to apply for the asylum process, this takes 2 years until they give you the approve or the reject, and you are in this kind of process that you don't know where you are in the middle of, and with this law, they start to build and they have the opportunity of creating their lives.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
They can have expectations.
Exactly.
That's amazing. So did they express that? Did somehow children find a way to express their joy for the achievement? I think that it was the achievement of the advocacy interventions of NGOs like yours, right?
Sorry?
I think that the achievement was also the result of interventions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
From your side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to change the law, it was a major pressure from the NGOs and foundations and everyone that is working with unaccompanied minors, and it has been a huge work, and now we reach that objective.
Yeah, and also what you are saying, but what we see in the Netherlands, for example, is that in the first reception centers, there is much more, because they are in this phase where they don't know if they are going to get their status or not. This insecurity, is provoking like a high level of stress, and this has some consequences also in the behavior inside the center. While in a SEAL location where they already went through this, you can see that the level of stress gets lower, and so they can focus more on what they really want to do and reach once. Yeah.
It sounds like it's an additional trauma after all the movement and everything they've been through.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I think it's very human, no? When you don't know what is going to happen with you, and this uncertainty feeling, it's very human feeling.
Yes. Patricia, would you like to add something? I'll come back to you.
No, it's okay.
No, it's okay. So, hello. It's very nice to have you here, Doctor. Would you like to share your experience and your different approach?
Okay. Hi. Okay, I'm Voluntary. I'm coming from Apostoli, the humanitarian and development organization of the Archdiocese of Athens. I would like to thank personally Mrs. Laura Papa and Yorgos Bourlakis, who invited us to participate in this great project with so many great and valuable partners. Our experience dates back to 2011 when we opened up Estia, an unaccompanied minors shelter in Athens. At that time, there were only 4 or 5 shelters throughout Greece, although a lot of unaccompanied minors were in the country. But nobody had spotted them. It wasn't an issue because it was before the big refugee crisis of 2015. Since we are an organization working with children a lot, we decided to open up a hostel and provide safe and secure environment, an environment of an extended family, let's say, to minors who would come from many different countries, diverse social, political environments, and different needs. Since then, we have accommodated more than 600 minors. So you understand that there's a lot of coming in and go of minors. Maybe 10 to 15 of them we know have remained in Greece. It's not their choice of country. So, and that's the biggest challenge that we face as our scientific team sometimes feels that they give everything, they give a lot, and they feel that they want what they give is not going to stay with the children. Our approach was from the beginning to provide a holistic, let's say, approach, and at the same time an individualistic one, because each minor had their own beliefs, ways of acting. There was a lot, and there has been a lot of psychological trauma, a lot of cases like that, a case which we have strived with the Ministry of Health to establish specialized care for them. We do believed in, since the beginning, in integration, in the sense that the kids would feel a part of this community, not a center, an experiment, or a center of many, become a center of many services coming, or overlapping services in many situations coming to, to eradicate their needs. So since the beginning, we have been involved in language, life skills and social skills, which for us is really important, and that's one of the reasons why we become involved in this project, because mentoring is so valuable, because in many senses it materializes the life skills that could be done, let's say, theoretically. Yeah, that's our experience.
Okay, so that's very intriguing. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, you have lots and lots of years of experience, and that's very impressive to us all. I wanted to ask you, have you noticed a shift in mentality when it comes to services, coordination, a state's response, any kind of shift, any kind of improvement, or not?
I think there is a genuine progress in terms of, but of course there's a lot to be done, but there is a shift of a progress in terms of from hostels to semi-autonomous living. A lot of let's say care for finding for the, let's say, guardianship institution, which worked partially. Of course, a lot has to be done. Yeah.
Okay, so we can be optimistic. Thank you.
We can be. We're always optimistic.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But there's a lot of parameters that we have to take care at the same time. It's not only one.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Hello. Would you like to share your experience from Metadrasy? How do you approach inclusion through SEAL? What do you do?
Hello, thank you very much. Metadrasy is the first organization that makes SEAL working in Greece, and back in 2018. So we do have a certain experience on that. We have a lot of personnel in order to have a holistic help for the children. We have social workers, psychologists, teachers, lawyers, social workers, and caregiving personnel also. And that was a lot of help for children that were meant to stay in Greece. So they did not have a family reunification process through Dublin regulation. And that was a very big help for them. But what was against us was their legal status. If they were rejected, the children were disappointed, were not wanting to do any more, they would not want to try anymore to be in Greece.
So it's like going backwards after the investment.
Yes.
Would you like to share an example on that?
Yeah, we do have a very recent example. we do have a very nice young boy, Maxime Watop, from Cameroon. He was rejected the day before yesterday from the appeals authority, but although he was rejected from the first, from the asylum service, he did try, and he finished school. He speaks perfectly well Greek. He is a very good athlete, and he's a football player, and he has a contract with athletic group, and everyone in this athletic group is advocating for him. We receive phone calls from his coach, from his football player with him. And this young man took part to the Panhellenian examination last year, and he didn't succeed, of course, but he was on the trying to give once more this year. And this young man now, although he is in Greece from 2018, 4 years and something, he's rejected. No one wants him. He has roots here now for years, and he's now 20 years old, and they tell him, no, we don't want you here, although you know very good Greek, you have the Greek apoliterion, you have a lot of skills, and we do not want you. This is a very big secondary trauma. And a lot of children have known the resilience of Maxime to fight it. And so they got disappointed, and they do not want to put an effort to something that is, they feel they are not welcome, and they do not want to put an effort in an environment who doesn't welcome them anymore. And that's a very big problem that we have to face as workers in SEALs and with young children, that they got rejected.
It sounds devastating, to be honest. It's like a child has demonstrated all this resilience, as you said, and has invested so much effort, and is still the outcome is disappointing. Let me ask you something. Once a child arrives in your SEAL location, you obviously try to facilitate its inclusion in every way possible. Ms. Papa mentioned before that you're working on the age limits of SEAL. Would you care to explain why is that? Why do you want to lower the age limit for SEAL?
The problem is that when very often the children arrive in SEALs at 70 years of age, 17 and 6 months. So we do have only 6 months, maybe 3 months. And in this small time, limited time, we do not have enough, we cannot help them to integrate. So we need to come earlier in order to have more years to help them.
Build the skills.
Yes, yeah. To build the skills and to have to learn Greek and to be more integrated to the Greek society. It's not easy when they are 17 and more, or 2 months before 18. It's impossible to help them. So we need their age limit to be 1 year less,
okay,
so that we could integrate them in a better way.
Would you like to add something?
To really understand the whole system, it really takes time. If we think about their country of origin, it's really a different world for them. So most of the time. So it's a huge gap then too.
So it seems that the system has to change. It's a twofold direction in my perspective, correct me if I'm wrong. Either you lower the age limit or you allow funding for past adolescents, and that solves a few of the problems that emerge?
I think both systems should go parallelly. Yeah. 1 year before, it's crucial, and of course, another system must be placed after the 18th. Metadresi has apartments, SILA, for 18 plus, and we are trying to help children that show a big grade of integration to complete their studies and to find a job. We have to say that it's not very easy to complete the school until they are 18 because they have begun they have lost later. A lot of years. Yeah. So they will not have any, they will not finish school in time. And okay. So they need more time.
Okay,
and that's what we are trying to help them.
Would you care to elaborate a little bit on mentoring? What's, in everything we've said so far, what's the role of mentoring? What do children take?
Well, SEALs, although they have a lot of personnel and they try to help the children in a holistic way, there is, the personnel has a lot of children. So there is no personal relation. And the mentors, through the PROUD program, are coming to cover this gap. I have to say that mentorship is regardless the legal status. So every child who wants can have a mentor. And through this relation, personal relation, it is more easy to adapt to the Greek reality, to understand the Greek society. And the matching is a mentor with a child is through the personal interest of the child.
Okay.
So they have a common interest, and through this common interest, the child can understand more aspects of the Greek life. And that's a very, very important step, is the first step to integration, to real integration to the Greek society.
Okay, the creation of a personal relationship
through
for the child.
Through a common interest.
Okay, through the common interest. We
yes.
hold on to that. So let me ask you something. We've seen within the European framework, especially the funding terms, that sometimes one-off projects or more fragmented initiatives are encouraged compared to more sustainable, medium, long-term investment in this kind of approaches. So how important it is for the child to have the stability in the connection with that person that will undertake the responsibility of coaching, mentoring, call it how you want to call it. How important is that?
Yeah, crucial, because I mean, we as professionals working at the SEO location and the guardians who are coming once every 3 weeks, like we see the children. But I think during the SEO location, during their staying in the SEO location, it's very important to extend their network so that they can have like people who they can rely on in a very long term, And in addition to that, it's very important what Ersi is saying, that the age when the children are coming to the SEO location sometimes is already 17 and a half, and we don't have so much time to invest in all these things, which are actually very important for their integration process.
So let's understand that child coming from constant movement, nothing is stable. Okay? How important it is, taking into account your experience, and also, could you please identify some additional challenges from your perspective, from your experience in regional communities and
I wanted to add
autonomous communities.
That, in Catalonia, it's a little bit different also because the seals are until 21. This gives us more time because what we are saying until 18, you are in a rush. If you arrive at 17, you have a little amount of time. Then if you have time until 21, you have more time to work with them, and even also to them to develop themselves, because at 18 you are a teenager, and governments are expecting that they are an adult person when everyone knows that it's not a real situation. And then if you have until 21, you give them time to build their own and to be integrated in the society. And I think this is a huge important thing. And
we agree. Also what Ersi has mentioned before, yeah.
And also completely agree about what she was saying about the mentoring program. We have also a mentoring program in Catalonia in our foundation, and they gives them the opportunity to see another reality, that it's not only related to the professionals that we work with them and we are in the seal or in the shelter. It's a family, it's another kind of perspective that they can give them another way of accompany, and I think it's really important also. And they build a really how to say, relationship, a nice relationship and close relationship. And if you work together with the mentors, you can also have a common objective, no? That at the end, what we all want is the best for them, and they can detect some needs that, for example, in the shelter, you don't detect, or in the opposite way. In the shelter, we know about some needs about this kid, and if you have this coordination with the mentor, then the mentor knows that information and we can work all together.
It seems like you have a lot of similarities in your approach, because establishing a common interest is of the essence for your understanding as well. So I've been meaning to ask you, when do we decide that a child goes to SEAL? When do we decide that a child goes to foster care placement? Is it an individualized assessment, or is it just the age?
In the Netherlands, it is related to the age. So until the age of 15, they go to foster care, and then afterwards SEO locations.
So it's always foster care, taking into account that the main principle, according to UNCRC, is that we have to find a family.
Yes.
This is the priority set out.
Yes, and in the Netherlands we try to recruit families with the similar cultural background, who are already in the Netherlands since many years.
Following the cultural continuance.
Yes, and to give this feeling of security for the child, yeah.
That's amazing, thank you. You wanted to add something?
Well, in Greece, Multidimensional was also the first organization to have foster care families. Unfortunately, we do not have so many families of the similar cultural background. Usually there are Greek families to take care of these children. But regardless that, it is very positive for the children to have individual loving care environment. And but in Greece, the other problem is that they do not want children of, they prefer children of very young age, not children more mature. So a child around 12 years old has not many possibilities to be in a foster care family. And,
there's not much awareness.
Yes,
yeah, I confirm
it's not. We try to convince people that children are children in any period of their life. And we do have a very good relation with the Ministry of Social Affairs about the foster families. And there is now another system through the ministry the AnyNet base, and we do have a lot of good cooperation.
Okay.
And
hopefully this will be not just good but also fruitful.
Yeah, we think
based on indicators and results.
That it will be very fruitful.
We're very much looking forward to that. So
yes, thank you.
Thank you. May I ask you, what are the main challenges identified throughout the works of your experience, throughout the work of your experience in the field?
Well, a natural obstacle is the language obstacle of the kids.
Yeah.
Something that's not surpassed very easily. The school is not, partially fulfills this goal. So that's why we undertake a lot of language courses, general and targeted. Also, a big challenge is that kids of 16, 17, 18 years of age are obliged to go to the Greek school system, which is addressed to kids with nationals who have the capacity to overcome the difficulties of the school system, although these kids, because of the language barriers, cannot finish school, and so they cannot move easily to the other next level. The other barrier is that minors do not wish to stay in Greece, so they don't invest a lot.
Is it that they do not wish, or that they're not encouraged? Which one is it? I'm confused
both, maybe,
sometimes.
but definitely they don't wish to stay.
Yeah.
That's definite.
Yeah.
Well, in some cases it's both, although I think the staff and the scientific community gives its best to integrate kids. Okay. Now, there is a big challenge is also the dangers coming from the outside world, a lot of dangers, so the staff has to sometimes be put in a position to overcome difficulties which comes from external factors, and they're not always prepared of that. Now, also, the legal aid, which is not available as much as we thought, the delays in the legal prosecutor's process, the guardians, which is a great measure, they need a lot of more awareness, more training with regard to the difficulties, specialties of the minors' needs. They need to be to see their side of view and the community's point of view, and not be always in favor to the kids' needs if they're not just, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Yeah. The financial resources have come to be a big obstacle from time to time, recently also, and in the past years.
What about coordination? Do you think that we collectively perceive unaccompanied children as an interministerial, multidisciplinary issue in Greece, or is it mostly something that is approached by specific services?
No, I think it's interdisciplinary, as every individual's needs are interdisciplinary.
But is it perceived as such?
No, it's not perceived as such, or at least the practice has not shown us that it's perceived as such.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And we are running out of time. You will have to answer the questions from the audience and from the Zoom participants, if I'm not wrong. So let me ask you. I just had addressed a question regarding coordination. Autonomous communities, how do you deal with that? How do you manage, you discussed emergency reception centers at the beginning and then relocation of children. Do you work well together? Or?
Yeah, well, in Spain, the one of the problem, I think, in my opinion, is that our political system is divided in the autonomy communities, and every region has her own self-government. This means that it's difficult to build a unique way of working because it's divided by regions, and every region is working as with her own government and with her own. And this, I think, it's a challenge that we need to approach because we do the coordinations, but it will be better if we have a common network to work all together.
Yeah, so it's a challenge.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I think that we're ready to hear your questions, and we would very much like to also listen to your views and your interventions. Okay, was there any, I'll have to ask all of you, no, not all of you, just the three of you, but was there any manual toolkits for creating, operating SIL apartments? Have you developed any protocols and toolkits for SIL apartments?
Yeah, we as NIDOS, we developed inside the Proud project this SEO guide, which explains the methodology that we are using, the three phases of guiding that we have inside our SEO locations, and it explains a little bit, how we start the SEO locations, who are the people working for the SEO location, and it gives, some practical tips about it.
And is it the same for you? Do you have a toolkit?
We have also the same, and now in Fundación Idea we are doing we are creating a seal, and we are using all the information that we have been sharing for these 2 years, and we are putting also adapting in our reality because it's kind of different. But yeah, we do have also this kind of manual to. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a newcomer in Metadrasy. I will work for you, and I will go in a SIL apartment. What do I get? Do I get training? Do I get manual? Do I get? Would you like me to come? Okay, what do I get?
Of course, you will get a training, an introductory training. Of course, you will take the guide we have done with Proud, and of course you will have the protocols about what you can experience and how you will act in emergency cases. Mm-hmm. So and you will have a support through the first months of your work with us from more experienced staff there. So you won't feel alone.
I won't feel alone. Thank you so much for that. Let me ask you something. What is the single most important quality in your, according to your experience, in building trust with a child? What the relationship of trust? What is the single most important quality?
I will say that you need to listen their needs and understand. Like what I always say to them is like, we're here to accompany you, but you are the main one, that you are making your own decisions. We can advise you. We will be here to make an objective and to work to reach that objective, but it's your own life. I'm not the one that I need to make the decision for you. I'm here to accompany in your process and to build together, but you need to listen to them.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I would add also like putting the child at the center of the intervention. He's the one who is living his life, and give him also the feeling that he's like the director of his life, and to empower him or her.
So the ability to empower the child more than anything else, especially in that crucial phase of adolescence. Yes.
I would add patience when they break down due to the frustration, due to the rejection, a lot of passion for their anger and for their disappointment.
Patience, okay. That's very important. It sounds very important. So now I'm not someone seeking to join Metadrasis. Now I'm an NGO myself. And I would like to know more about the resources available for SEAL. I want to start SEAL myself. What is your advice?
Patience again.
God be with you. Is it patience?
Patience.
Patience. Where do I seek for resources? Where do I look? Do I consult with the ministry? What do I do?
Yes, of course, with the ministry, with the DG Home, and it needs patience in order to have the funding. It's not easy, and it's not easy to continue having the funding. So it needs patience.
Would you like to elaborate a bit more on the funding, because it seems to be troubling you a lot? I didn't hear it from you. Is it an issue for you too?
Well, I need to say that this question, I think Loli is the one that can that can answer better, because she's the one that takes this part of
Maybe I can give the example of the Netherlands.
Yes.
In the Netherlands, NIDOS is quite stable. As I said at the beginning, like it's 30 years that they are in charge to have this task, and it's written by law. And I think that this continuity that in funding that we are receiving every year, it definitely gives like a stable basement to work on and to project on.
Okay. Finally, if you could share a little bit more about the mentoring and how shelters can benefit from it, this time with concrete examples, if that's possible for you. Who would like to go first? Would you? Okay.
Mentors have to be, very specific on what they do. So they are, let's say, professionals, but are individuals as well. So we did have 2 cases of professionals who got to know each other very well with a minor, and they worked together. We had a specific schedule that the weekly schedule that the minor knew that they would be together. So minors followed the mentors in, let's say, 2 times per week in their professional and personal environment. So they saw real circumstances. They got a real feeling of professional life, responsibilities, and not only benefits. So,
okay, that's
and
perfect.
I think that's the benefit.
Okay.
Because they have an obscure idea of what's to live in Europe, and how it is to grow up, and what kind of responsibilities they would get, not only benefits. So this was very beneficial for them.
Okay, perfect. Anyone else on examples on mentoring? How can shelters benefit from mentoring?
How? Sorry?
Shelters, accommodation structures, SEAL apartments, but the question here is about shelters.
We had children that were empowered by, one child was empowered by his mentor, and he took Greek classes and he took the Greek certificate of knowledge. So that was and the child was very, very proud about it. And we had another child that was feeling very lonely in the apartment because he used to live in the countryside, and he loved plants. And in Athens, in the apartment, was not able to fulfill his wish.
Yeah.
And the mentor helped him to build a garden in the balcony. And he was very proud then for his flowers, and he was very happy. And so from that kind of another child liked cooking. And so a personal cook taught him to cook Greek dishes. And it was a very big joy.
Which can be an incentive for vocational training that
yes, of course.
Will be discussed later on.
Yes,
yeah.
So that kind of examples of, as the child built a garden or make a dish, but in the same time he learned or she learned a lot for the Greek society he's living in.
Well, thank you all very much for your input, and thank you all for bearing with us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very stimulating exchange. About SIL and the resources available, we'll have tomorrow a presentation on the SIL guide that we developed as part of the project. And for now, we'd like to show you a video about our mentors from the PROUD program and a little bit to show you what they did. Thank you.
Αποφάσισα να γίνω μέντορας. Αρκετά χρόνια ασχολούμαι με τον εθελοντισμό. Υπήρξα εθελόντρια σε διάφορες οργανώσεις. Έμαθα για αυτή τη δράση από το διαδίκτυο και επειδή θα ήθελα κάποια στιγμή να ασχοληθώ κι εγώ με παιδιά επειδή είμαι ψυχολόγος, είπα να το δοκιμάσω. Ότι θα ήταν μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα εμπειρία. Και να γνωρίσω παραπάνω πράγματα για το προσφυγικό. Ήταν μια στιγμιαία απόφαση. Όταν είδα ότι τρέχει το πρόγραμμα το PROUD για το mentoring, από καιρό ήθελα να βρω έναν τρόπο πιο μακροπρόθεσμα να προσφέρω σε ανθρώπους που έχουν έρθει να ζήσουν στη χώρα μας εδώ, στην πατρίδα μας, και σε παιδιά ειδικά. Και ήθελα κάτι να έχει μακροπρόθεσμο χαρακτήρα και βάθος. Οπότε ένιωσα ότι μου ταιριάζει και το ξεκίνησα χωρίς δεύτερη σκέψη.
Μου φάνηκε μια ενδιαφέρουσα ιδέα, δεδομένου ότι ξέρω ότι υπάρχουν τόσο πολλά πράγματα και τόσο πολλοί άνθρωποι γύρω μας που είναι πρόσφυγες και δεν ξέρεις πώς να τους προσεγγίσεις ή πώς να βοηθήσεις, οπότε φαινόταν ένας αρκετά απτός και εύκολος και μια απευθείας μέθοδος να ακουμπήσεις και να μιλήσεις με κάποιον με αυτόν τον τρόπο.
Εγώ δουλεύω εδώ και πολλά χρόνια με τη μετάδοση ως διερμηνέας, οπότε κάποια στιγμή μας έστειλαν ένα email ότι θέλουν να κάνουν ένα δοκιμαστικό πρόγραμμα για το mentoring και ζητούσαν εθελοντές. Αποφάσισα, λέω, γιατί όχι, να το δοκιμάσουμε μαζί και αν δουλέψει, όλα καλά.
Είναι δύσκολο να το πει κανείς αυτό και είναι μια διαδικασία που είναι εν εξελίξη. Ίσως μια τέτοια στιγμή να ήταν όταν προσπάθησα μέσα από διάφορα παραδείγματα, προσπαθούσα να βρω μια ιστορία, ένα narrative που να ταιριάζει με τη δική του ιστορία και που να συνδέεται κάπως και να τον κάνω να συνδεθεί με αυτό. Και νομίζω ότι κάποια στιγμή το βρήκα μέσα από μια κουβέντα που ήταν δύσκολη, μια μέρα πολύ δύσκολη που έρχεται σε μένα με πολύ αρνητική προδιάθεση. και δημιούργησα μια ιστορία και κυρίως έδωσα έναν τίτλο σε αυτή, την ιστορία κάπως της μεγάλης αλλαγής, το πούμε, την οποία κάποιοι την έχουν αφήσει πίσω τους και μπορούν να πάνε παρακάτω. Οπότε ένιωσα ότι εκείνη τη μέρα αυτό κάπως έδεσε με αυτό που είχε στο μυαλό του και ήταν λίγο, τον βασάνιζε, ήταν ατελές, ήταν κάτι... ένιωσα ότι τουλάχιστον εκείνη τη μέρα βοήθησα να πάει μισό βήμα παρακάτω.
Νομίζω πως στη στιγμή που βοήθησα πραγματικά το παιδί ήταν όταν το κινητοποίησα παραπάνω να προσπαθήσει να μιλάει ελληνικά. Πίστευε πως δεν μπορεί, ότι είναι δύσκολο και ότι αισθανόταν κάπως άσχημο όταν μιλούσε, ότι δεν μιλάει σωστά. Τον κινητοποίησα λίγο παραπάνω να μιλάει ελληνικά και όχι αγγλικά και τα κατάφερε πολύ καλά. Και στη συνέχεια φαινόταν πολύ πιο σίγουρος όταν μιλούσε ελληνικά, οπότε ήταν κάτι πολύ όμορφο.
Μας έδωσαν σαφή πλαίσιο για το τι σημαίνει mentoring, τι είναι να κάνουμε. Και επίσης αρκετές πληροφορίες όσο αφορά τα παιδιά, την προέλευσή τους και κάποιες ανάγκες, οπότε να είμαστε λίγο εξοικειωμένοι.
Σου θέτει κάποιους κανονισμούς, κάποιους κανόνες, το οποίο ξέρεις ότι πρέπει να είσαι εντός ενός πλαισίου, ότι είσαι υπεύθυνη ως προς ένα παιδί που είναι ευάλωτο, ότι επίσης εκπροσωπείς με κάποιο τρόπο έναν οργανισμό που σε έχει προσλάβει να εκτελέσεις αυτή την... οπότε αισθάνεσαι αυτή την αίσθηση ευθύνης.
Κάποια στιγμή, σε μια συναντησή μας με το παιδί, μου έδειχνε πώς είχε διακοσμήσει το δωμάτιο. Επειδή του αρέσουν τα λουλούδια. Λέγαμε ποια πράγματα του αρέσουν και μου είπε ότι του αρέσουν τα ζώα και τα λουλούδια. Και άρχισε να μου δείχνει, κοίταξε, εγώ έχω στολίσει το κρεβάτι έτσι, το γραφείο με κάτι πλαστικά λουλούδια. Και κάποια στιγμή στο σπίτι μου θα ήθελα να έχω έτσι ένα μεγάλο κήπο με αληθινά λουλούδια. Και του είπα, αφού έχεις μπαλκόνι, γιατί δεν κάνεις έτσι ένα μικρό κήπο στο μπαλκόνι σου. Και η απάντηση που μου έδωσε ήταν ότι δεν έχει νόημα να φτιάξω αυτό τον κήπο εδώ, γιατί σε λίγους μήνες ενηλικιώνομαι και θα πρέπει να φύγω. Ήταν αρκετά αποκαρδιωτικό αυτό να το ακούσω από ένα παιδί. Εκείνη τη στιγμή απλά του απάντησα πως το καταλαβαίνω ότι είναι δύσκολο να κάνεις έναν ολόκληρο κήπο γιατί δεν μπορείς να τον μεταφέρεις μετά μαζί σου, αλλά θα μπορούσες να πάρεις μία ή δύο μικρές γλάστρες που θα μπορείς να τις κουβαλήσεις μετά όταν θα πρέπει να φύγεις.
Αντιμετωπίσαμε μαζί κάποιες δύσκολες στιγμές όταν υπήρξε, ας πούμε, ενδεχομένως ένας επαναλαμβανόμενος πεσημισμός στο ποιο είναι το μέλλον και ποιες είναι οι διαδικασίες και γιατί είναι τόσο αργές, μέσα από τις διαδικασίες που ήδη είχαμε στήσει και επιμένοντας σε αυτές και κάνοντας φόκους στη θετική πλευρά των πραγμάτων.
Ήταν η στιγμή που μου εκφράζε πολύ βαριά και δυσάρεστα συναισθήματα, τα οποία και εγώ φοβήθηκα για την συναισθηματική κατάσταση του παιδιού. Και η βασική του ανάγκη ήταν να τον βοηθήσω αυτή τη στιγμή να βρει κάποια δουλειά για να μπορεί να στηρίξει τους γονείς του. Οπότε έμαθα τις διαδικασίες που χρειάζεται για να κάνουν κάποια δουλειά οι ανήλικοι, το εξήγησα τη διαδικασία και μπήκαμε στο να προετοιμαστούμε για να μπορεί τελικά να πιάσει κάποια δουλειά σε κάποιους μήνες. Και η αλλαγή που υπήρξε για το ότι αντιμετωπίστηκε το πρόβλημά του, όχι ότι λύθηκε, αλλά υπήρχε ένα αυτή το οποίο που να τον ακούει σαν να είναι ενήλικος και σαν να δώσει βάση στη δικιά του ανάγκη, πώς άλλαξε τη διάθεσή του, ναι, θα μου μείνει εξέχαστη. Γιατί θυμάμαι ότι μετά από εκεί ήθελε και να πάει σχολείο, σαν να πήρε ελπίδα, σαν να πήρε όθηση.
το είπαμε να πάμε μαζί μια μέρα σε ένα μουσείο πριν φύγει. Και έτσι κανόνισα να πάμε στο μουσείο Voluntary στο κέντρο και πήγαμε μαζί, μπήκαμε μέσα και ξαφνικά, φαντάζομαι ότι είναι η πρώτη φορά που μπήκε σε μουσείο, να υποθέσω, και μπήκε μέσα και βλέπει ένα συγκλονιστικό έργο του Πικάσο το 1907 και το βλέπει, σταματάει. Περνάνε περίπου 5 λεπτά που κοιτάζει την ίδια εικόνα, σαν να παίρνει αναπνοές. Κάπως έτσι. Και η γυναίκα μου λέει, this is amazing. Και εγώ από πίσω του σχεδόν δάκρυζα, γιατί έλεγα, δεν το πιστεύω, ότι ένα έργο το 1907, φτιαγμένο από έναν Ισπανό ζωγράφο στη Γαλλία, μπορεί να κουμπίσει ένα παιδί που έχει έρθει από ένα βρունό χωριό του Αφγανιστάν, που έχει περάσει όλες τις ταλαιπωρίες που έχει περάσει, αλλά για κάποιο λόγο αυτοί οι δύο, ο καλλιτέχνης σε αυτό το έργο και ο ίδιος, μπορούν και επικοινωνούν με αυτόν τον τρόπο.
Τι θα έλεγα σε έναν μελλοντικό μέντορα ή μία μεντόρισα? Λοιπόν, θα έλεγα να μπει σε αυτό και να το ξεκινήσει όσο πιο καθαρός γίνεται, καθαρός από τη μία, χωρίς να περιμένει συγκεκριμένα πράγματα, γιατί θα αντιμετωπίσει, πληροφορημένος από την άλλη, και σε αυτό βοηθάει η εκπαίδευση, και κυρίως να μπει με την συνειδητοποίηση και την κατανόηση του ότι έχει να πάρει μάλλον πολλά περισσότερα από ό,τι έχει να δώσει, τουλάχιστον συνειδητά από ό,τι έχει να δώσει. Σίγουρα αυτά που θα πάρει είναι πάρα πολλά.
Το πιο σημαντικό που θα έπρεπε να πω σε μια μεντόρισα θα ήταν να ακούσει πραγματικά τις ανάγκες του παιδιού, τι θέλει ακριβώς το παιδί να τον βοηθήσει, τι έχει ανάγκη, και να εμπιστευτεί τον εαυτό της στη διαδικασία και πάνω απ' όλα τους επόπτες.
Νομίζω ότι κάτι που έχει ενδιαφέρον στη διαδικασία είναι πώς σιγά σιγά κερδίζεις, φαντάζομαι, την εμπιστοσύνη του. Και περνάς σαν διάφορα στάδια που σου λένε λίγα πράγματα, σε κοιτάζουν λίγο καχύποπτα, μετά αρχίζουν και χαμογελάνε λίγο περισσότερο, μετά αρχίζουν και σου μιλάνε λίγο περισσότερο. Επίσης, ειδικά με το παιδί που συνεργαζόμουν εγώ, είχε σιγά σιγά περισσότερη γλωσσική επάρκεια στα αγγλικά, οπότε η γλώσσα του λυνόταν και μετά από ένα στάδιο φαίνεται σαν να με εμπιστεύτηκε πάρα πολύ, γιατί μου είπε όλη την ιστορία της ζωής του. Οπότε αυτή η διαδικασία του ξεκλειδώματος έχει πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον σαν διαδικασία.
Σε πρωτοβουλία του mentoring τη βρίσκω πολύ καλή ιδέα, γιατί τα παιδιά αυτά που έρχονται χωρίς κάποιο κηδεμόνα πραγματικά είναι χωρίς κάποια βοήθεια, κάποια κατεύθυνση, και σε αυτήν την ηλικία χρειάζεται από κάπου να μπορούν να βρουν πληροφορίες έστω, να βάλουν κάπως τις σκέψεις τους στη σειρά, να τους βοηθήσει κάποιος ενήλικος. Οπότε το βρίσκω πολύ καλή ιδέα, γιατί ήταν και κάτι που θα ήθελα να είχα εγώ όταν ήμουν μικρότερη. Οπότε αν συνεχιστεί και πέρα από τη δοκιμή, θα χαρώ πολύ.
So this was an introduction on our mentoring, and now we're going to start the second panel, how access to education and vocational training helps refugee and migrant children when they turn 18, with as facilitator Ms. Gelia Roni, who is head of the Unit for Integration and Support of UAMS in the Special Secretary for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors.
Could the panelists join with me, please? Yes, you have to. So, good morning from the second panel. I was very lucky that the Deputy Minister and the Special Secretariat spoke before me at the initiation of the conference, so they saved me and you the introduction on my part. So everything that was meant to be said was said about how the state, and more specifically the Ministry of Migration and Asylum, with the competent authority for unaccompanied minors, which is us, the Special Secretariat, work for the protection of unaccompanied minors. I think I was asked to facilitate the panel because I am the head of the unit for integration, and for us, integration starts with education. Why are you invited in this panel? So I'm not going to give your names, but I would like you to introduce yourselves and tell me why you're invited in this panel with the title of How Access to Education and Vocational Training Can Help Migrant Children When They Reach Majority. So, George.
Ladies first.
Okay. Beauty
Hello.
before gender, then.
Okay. Hello? Yes, you can hear me. Great. Hi. My name is Ira Baca. I'm working in Metadrassi, so I'm really proud of that, and the Proud Project, of course. I'm working in the Education and Integration Department, so it fits right in, I think. Currently, I would like to focus on the program that we're running, which is the Stepping Stone program. The Stepping Stone program is a bit more focused on ages above 18, so adulthood, but at the same time we're going to discuss about the career guidance that we can provide probably young adults or youngsters aged 17 plus. But to let you know a bit about the program, the Stepping Stone program was launched in 2017. Essentially, we are focused on three main pillars. Firstly, to provide career guidance and job counseling and personalized support to individuals, migrants and refugees, essentially to integrate within the Greek labor market. The pillar includes essentially CV writing, how to do it, job counseling, job search techniques, mock interview sessions. Essentially, how do you prepare better to enter the Greek labor force? That's the first key pillar. The second, and one of the most important ones, is essentially the connection with the market, the Greek labor market. So we come in touch with multiple organizations, companies, and other types of companies essentially that can absorb the refugees and migrants based on their skills. And then the third and, of course, important pillar, which we can base their conversation on later on, is based on the gaps identified per the individual, we match them to either any professional courses that they can do, any vocational training, of course, any language courses, which are immediately offered within Metadrassi, as well as other types of activities. And I think that's the brief for that, yeah?
Good morning from me as well. My name is Katerina Downwood. I'm actually a surprise addition, if you want the honest truth, as to why I'm on this panel. It's because someone got COVID this morning and I was asked to join instead, but I guess I will be able to offer a few reflections in my capacity as the head of the Education and Integration Department at Metadrassi. We are a department of 60 educators and administrators in total that work all over Greece, in the islands of first reception, the frontier islands of Lesbos, Chios, Samos, Kos, but also we have non-formal education programs in Athens and in Thessaloniki for both adults and children ages 4 to 18, of which obviously a subset are also unaccompanied minors. And I realize that it's us, this panel, that's separating you from lunch, so we will hope to make this as engaging and informative as possible.
So thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Leilefeldt. I work as a mentor in the SIL in the Netherlands for the NIDOS. NIDOS is part of the Proud Project, and because of that, because I'm a mentor, I was asked to participate in the Proud Project too. On behalf of NIDOS, we have written a manual for the project, and we have given a 2-day training for new mentors in SIL locations. And we did that in 2020. And of course, a very important part of mentoring in a SIL location is education, because this is the main occupation of these children who live in our SIL locations. The system in the Netherlands, I will explain a little bit. Maybe it's a bit different to the Greek situation. If you are a newcomer in the Netherlands, not only a refugee, but also, for instance, if your parents are internationals working in the Netherlands, then you go to an international school. You go to the international school to learn mainly the Dutch language, but of course you learn also things about the Dutch culture and make your first steps towards integrating into the Dutch society. Once you have finished that, it can be between 1 and 2 years, you are ready to go to any Dutch type of education afterwards. It can be vocational training or any other type of formal Dutch schooling. And yeah, I think that's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. I'm Giorgos Simopoulos. Thank you for inviting. I'm a big fan of Metadrasy, as Laura there knows very well. And I'm currently working for a UNICEF Greece country office on the area of education and also somehow on the area of skills building for people transitioning from, youth to adulthood. So I'll try to contribute somehow on this interesting discussion.
Thank you. I have so many questions from the next panel to get us to this one. So I'll just try to link the titles of the panels. The first panel was on housing and mentoring. Can you link housing and mentoring to education? Access to education, motivation for education, type of education. How is it linked? Katerina, you want?
Sure, I can take that. I think obviously, regardless of the particular context which we're discussing today, which concerns refugee, migrant, asylum-seeking children, I think one could draw conclusions from the general population where we can see that the context in which a child lives and the supportive environment of their family directly and inextricably affects educational performance and educational outcomes. So, for example, the level of investment from parents in a child's education, or in our context, the level of investment and support and the comprehensive safety net, let's say, provided by the accommodation facility, by guardians, and the entire protective framework will be inextricably tied to educational performance. So something that we always see in our educational programs is that children who are in situations of homelessness or precarious housing will come into our non-formal education programs with a very different level of motivation and very different levels of need to a child who is receiving devoted care and support in the home context, whatever that context is. And of course, I think other insights that can be drawn from the general population and educational performance and outcomes in school. We can see, for example, in a home that there are a large number of books available, or there is a sense of belonging and peer-to-peer support. Those also impact educational performance. So if a child is enrolled in formal education or in non-formal education and feels isolated for whatever reason, so for example is in a school where there are tendencies towards xenophobia, then that will also affect their educational performance. Overall, and to link it to the previous panel in terms of housing, I think the existence of a supportive, stable, reliable accommodation context, whether that's in a family setting or an alternative care arrangement, is vital and is inextricably linked to a child's performance in school.
So it's, from what you're saying, it's not the housing, but it's how you make a home out of the house in order to support the child. Chris, how would you like to comment that and put it in the context of the Netherlands?
Yes, I really recognize that also compared to the Dutch context. In our SIL locations, as I said, the most important thing that children do every day is going to school. So it's also our main focus to make sure that that is going well. And you can see it in the little things. As a mentor, you try to ask when the children come back from school around 4 or 5 o'clock, you ask, how was your day from school? Do you have any homework? But also inside the houses, we try to provide the right space. For instance, in a bedroom, you put a desk where they can make their homework. And also, you have to create an environment that is, well, as free as possible from stress factors. Try to keep it a bit quiet in the evening, so to make sure that children have good circumstances to go to school every day, to sleep well. Yeah, I think that's the key elements to make sure that going to school is going well, and that's why education is linked to housing so much.
Katerina mentioned whether children enroll in formal or non-formal education. So that would be a question for you, George. How is non-formal education linked, specifically for our context, to formal education? I know that you've done a lot of research. I know that you have written a book. I know that you train trainers. So can you explain the importance of non-formal education in the context of refugee education?
Oof. That's really to speak for, you know, half an hour at least. But yeah, before going to that, I mean, in Greece we have a particular strange, you know, linkage in between the place that any refugee person meant to stay and the possibilities he or she had to enroll to formal education. And this is really strange. You know that people, for example, living on the so-called reception and identification centers, mostly in the Northern Islands, they had minimum access to formal education, at least till the previous school year, with very discouraging percentages, less even than 3%. Okay, this year seems to be much better there. Also, people living on the accommodation facilities on the mainland, at least at the first stages of coming, they mainly had access to a different kind of formal education, which was the so-called reception facilities for refugee education, afternoon schools for these children. Not so inclusive practice, to be honest. Yeah. And then the self-accommodated, or anyway, the children living on the urban settings, they had the usual access to formal education based on the Greek legislation and what was supposed to happen also with the previous migration flows and the refugee flows on the previous year. So they had access to formal education either with the support of reception classes or not. So this is also a very important thing to consider, because we see that as far as we have really an integration policy, so people coming to live in kind of normal conditions in the city, their education also dimension, their access to formal education becomes easier and the more quality is there. Now, in terms of non-formal education, in UNICEF, and I think that most of our partners share the same idea, we always see this as a complementary, supportive to formal education pathway. So this is the idea. The idea is that these children need special support, but special support to be fully integrated on the mainstream school and find their pathway to succeed on school. So this is how non-formal education works in our context.
Iro, would you like to comment on that?
In terms of like non-formal education, I think I do believe it's important too, especially because of the fact that non-formal education can potentially be offered more in English too, which if you don't have the reception like courses and stuff in the high school essentially time, which are intensive Greek courses, because of course like a big percentage of the population coming in, they do not speak Greek, and Greek is a difficult language as well to speak. So even if you take on these courses, like more technical, like education, like non-formal, it could be anything from computer skills or anything different, can allow the child to gain skills that are actually directly linked to the job market too, because there is a lot of absorption now in such types of jobs that are like in much demand. So if we can find this link between the ages of like below 18 and above 18, that could allow essentially the children to believe that they have a future here, because that's the key thing, which I noticed from the previous conversation, is that, okay, what is my future here within Greece? How can I be, guided here? What is my career here if I'm not, fully equipped to progress?
I'll stay with the last one, the fully equipped. And I heard Dr. Leontari saying something that all of us in Greece know, that it is not their choice to stay here. Greece is not a destination country. Greece is a transit country. And at the same time, children reaching 18, they have this dual transition. They have the transition to adulthood, and then they have a transition to what? To a European country, to a European way of life. Every time I hear of this concept, I wonder, is there a consensus about what is a European way of life? And how can we make sure that if we have an unaccompanied minor in Greece, the way we equip this minor can be suitable for the Netherlands, can be suitable for Spain, and can be suitable for Germany. Because if we want a European way of life, we should agree on a European set of skills, knowledge, vocational certification that would be applicable in any country of Europe. So it wouldn't matter, and it would be an incentive for the minor to go to school, because he or she would know that even if I graduate in Greece, I can use my qualifications in the Netherlands or in Belgium. So I'm wondering, is there a European way, a unified European way? Is there a set of skills, of knowledge, that we could agree that they could be adaptable in every country, so they wouldn't feel that it's a waste of time to learn Greek because they're not going to use it? Yes, but maybe there is something else that they could use in the Netherlands, because it's nice to talk about European solidarity, European way of life, but in practice, from your experience, have you seen something that could help a minor adapt in any European context? Yeah, George, you were...
Thanks. I would say no. to be provocative.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought also.
Yeah.
So we need to formulate it.
I would say there's no a common or an average way of life nowhere. There's no an average common way of Greekness, okay? And there's no a common European way of life. What does potentially exist, or at least needs some investment, could be a set of democratic culture and attitudes that facilitate, you know, critical thinking, empathy, solidarity, setting goals, dealing with groups, participation. These are ideas that you could easily say that belong to the European way of life, but I mean, we had the elections in France yesterday. You see, there are very different European ways of life everywhere. So, if we choose as a European way of life the democratic culture, yes, sure, anything that could be invested on a young person here could be useful everywhere. A person that learns to use his or her ambition, goals, to set new goals, to learn how to actively communicate with others, to learn how to better perform his or her own skill sets, yes, this person will thrive elsewhere, either in a European or a non-European place. And I think this is how we need to move forward. It's not, you know, learn Greek because it will be useful. I mean, any language you learn, it will be useful somehow for your own, you know, integration of skills and competencies. But it's not something that you will use in Netherlands, for example. But if you are you know, supported to acquire all these transferable skills, soft skills, call as you like, yes, these skills will be of value anywhere.
Do you agree, Chris, if somebody who had these critical thinking skills and the goal-setting skills and the democratic values and empathy would...
Yes, I have to agree. There's a lot of things that children can learn, for instance, when they are here in Greece, that they can use once they arrive in the Netherlands. The first thing that popped to my mind was school skills. What we see in Relocation is that children have to learn how to go to school. They have to learn to go to bed on the right time and to wake up in the morning on the right time, to prepare for school and to be sure they are on time at school. These are challenges. If they have been fleeing for years, these are big challenges for them, and it makes them drop out of schools easily because the Dutch system and maybe also the Greek system is expecting them to be on time at school and also not to skip a day of school if you don't feel like that. That's not what's being expected. So these type of school skills are really important. Also the skill of when you come back from school, you start making your homework. For Dutch children, it's really normal when you come back from school, you do that. But we see that our children are not always used to that. So teaching them that kind of skill here would really help them when they go to another country. So yes, I think definitely it's there are things to be learned. And the other one is more informal skills, because I think in the Netherlands there's a high demand of people who have practical skills. Even when you don't have a diploma, let's say you are good with fixing bikes, or you have some experience in a restaurant. Even if you don't have the actual diploma to do so, then you can easily find first a side job when you're underage, but learn through working there and getting an actual job when you turn 18 in that field of work. And I think also that kind of skills can really contribute when the children come to the Netherlands.
You know,
can I mention something on that? I mean, I do agree with the, you know, having a link between, you know, the concepts and ideas and the critical thinking. I believe these are hugely important when it comes to school and when we're, you know, raised up, essentially. However, as an economics and finance graduate, I do believe that sometimes, like, okay, what are the why do the minors believe that Greece is not their final destination, for example? Is that the fact that they're reaching the age of 18 and then they say, okay, I'll find work elsewhere? Because the problem will be economical then. Like, essentially, where will they be staying? Do they need money to support? And then as such, if the main reason that Greece is not their, again, final destination because of economical reasons, then that means that we would need to focus more on the training that can be provided here, which will provide them very quickly, let's say, the money, the financial assistance that they require, because this is one of the key things. So as potentially the first year of them getting trained and the second year and the third year will allow them to change their mind and say, look, to be honest, I can invest here in Greece, I can be here in Greece. And then at the same time, because of the fact that you integrate within the Greek society, you end up learning the language, you end up learning the ways, you end up learning the culture, and essentially even staying here. But with a connection, just the last point, with a connection with the other European countries and the culture, that could be just a general research of, what is in demand in most countries, essentially, in terms of labor. How can we have very, very targeted skill sets for both, for the individuals. So that will help them a lot in, increasing the turnover in the absorption, essentially.
How about, because I heard the word needs a couple of times, and I saw it at the report, Proud report. How do we map their needs? How do we know what their needs are? Because usually we tend to have these vocational trainings ourselves. We design them because we know their needs and we know what they would like to do. And in the best scenario, we design training context that we think they need, and in the worst scenario, which is the case for Greece, and I don't know if it's the same in the Netherlands, we try to fit them in the pre-existing vocational training. So this is what we do, because we cannot afford, and I completely understanding from a financial point of view, I completely understand that a country cannot change its vocational system for 2,000 unaccompanied minors, because I have worked at the Ministry of Education, so I understand the point of view of the state, that you cannot turn around in order to fit a very small number of people. Economically, it's not legitimate. So what do we do? Do we make them fit in the pre-existing vocational schemes? Do we design new ones? How do we go about it in the vocational training? I can see your thinking about that.
No, Geli, really, I think it's too simple. It's not the case of what vocational training system we need for refugee population or for unaccompanied children. It's what kind of vocational training and education we need for the whole population. I mean, we have an inflexible system. We have a system that says that is take it or leave it. We have an education that is, for European standards, is, I would say, the last on prioritizing competencies. It's very strict, connected with academic core knowledge. So at the end of the day, when you finish this and, 80% of the people will go to the university and you finish the university and you need to do a master's degree and then a PhD and you are, working with the salary of a person that has finished high school. So this is really a structural issue. So if we are really listening the people, refugee people and Greek people, we need to rethink how this education landscape works. create more flexible pathways for people to find a way, not only for their economical prosperity, but for their personal also prosperity. And this means better but real, not a questionnaire and you say, you tick, okay, I did needs analysis now. No, this is not the issue. We have lots of surveys, lot of evidence on the skills mismatch in Greek education and training and labor market. Let's go step forward to try to solve one of these things. If we solve something, this will affect both, let's say, it's not both, it's a variety of different populations. But the thing that will be beneficial for a refugee person will be also beneficial for the average Greek person.
Chris, I see you nodding, so...
Yes, so I don't know much about the Greek school system, but as I can tell in the Netherlands, so after you went to high school, or in the case of a refugee, you went for 1 or 2 years to the international school, then you can make some choices. You can go to schools which are very focused on practical work, and you can go to schools that are more theoretical, such as a university. But as mentors in SIL and as mentors for unaccompanied minors, we always try to look at what is the need of the child, but also what are the skills of a child. Is a child used to working with his hands in, let's say, Syria, which happens a lot? And if that's what they liked doing, then we try to find a proper education where they learn that type of skills. And we have this type of education inside the Dutch system. We also have high schools that are more practical, vocational high schools. So we try to find a fitting solution inside the Dutch system. And also inside the Dutch system, school system, there are extra opportunities for getting extra language lessons. Once you, when you are a refugee, you go to a normal class with Dutch children, but you get extra lessons in Dutch and extra support, maybe some extra time on exams. So I think that's very important to make the right connection for the child.
Thank you, Grace. Katerina?
Yes, if I could just add, I'd like to echo what Yorgos was saying earlier, and I think there are mechanisms where we can derive insights about what the needs assessments are from children, and some of them are these contexts of individualized support, the mentorship that was mentioned prior, obviously individualized job counseling sessions where there is an investigation of children's capacities and preferences, and trying to, and then obviously there are participatory assessments as well, focus group discussions that happen. I know that UNHCR leads on a lot of those, and UNICEF. So there are contexts in which these preferences and needs can be investigated. And I'd also like to add a thought on the previous sort of note about what values are perhaps to be made common across the Europe, to sort of a European consensus of values for children. And I would almost flip that question and put the focus back on, are we meeting the obligations that are foreseen for European member states in terms of meeting the needs of these children first, in order for them to then have the facilitative environment to adopt the values that we have baptized to be so-called European, because of course it's not that children who are coming in do not have these pre-existing values intrinsically, but rather that they have been prevented from enjoying the rights that they deserve. So, for example, many of our programs are still on the islands of first reception, on the frontier islands, where until this day there are very few, if any, meaningful pathways for children to access formal education. and children are only enrolled in non-formal education. With a number of obstacles in that regard as well, in terms of the how comprehensive the programming is and how many contact hours they have with educators. And even now, all of the educational inequalities, which were only exacerbated by the pandemic and the COVID restrictions, where children now cannot leave the reception and identification centers unless they have rapid tests, and they're submitted to all of these procedures, which the general population is now has moved on from. So of course, it's important to talk about all of these values which we want to instill in children in school: collaboration, teamwork, school preparedness, the soft skills which will allow them and facilitate them to move on to another educational context in Europe. But more importantly, as we are talking about children, I think it's first and foremost important to stress, are we meeting our European obligations to those children before we then start to talk about their responsibilities vis-à-vis the European way of life?
I think it's something that with George we have been discussing since 2015, when the recent influx started, because we've always had refugees and migrants. We just didn't know. People that were outside the context that we had been working did not know that we have them for many, many, many years. So the issue, again, Katerina, is something that also George tackled upon, is the education of the nationals. Because if we want to train and empower and transmit these democratic cultures and these values and this empathy, then we should at the same time parallel work with awareness. And I think that a lot of work still needs to be done when we're talking about the local community awareness, because training these students presupposes that we have been trained ourselves, and we carry the values, and we have empathy and respect and democratic competences in order to treat them and meet the obligations. And that will take me to you, Iro, and vocational training, because you mentioned the job market. If schools, public schools, sometimes have deficiencies in democratic values and inclusive pedagogies and methodologies, what about the job market? How ready the job market is to receive our children once they turn 18 and have them work with them without the inequalities that they face in the school system? How ready is the job market for vocational training?
Look, I'll be honest. I think the Greek job market is not yet ready. However, we see that they are rapidly, companies are more open nowadays. They're more open, they're more educated in the matter. And at the end of the day, we're talking about roles that if they need to fill in, it's all about, I'm sorry to be blunt at this, it's all about business and profit. For example, last week I sent 67 CVs to hotels across Greece because of the fact that the hotels are in such demand. They cannot fill in their positions. Now, do they do it because they're essentially have the values that we just mentioned? I don't fully know. I know some parts of it, I don't fully know. I know, yeah, of course, because they joined our Career Day for Women event, and we discussed with them. And yes, they do share the same values that we in this room do share. But they all not sure. However, I can see that there are big steps towards the companies opening up, because we have reach outs from companies themselves to in NGOs and in specifically departments that provide career counseling or can share with them candidates for potential job placements. I don't know if this covers what you asked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
But because we were talking before about the, I don't know if you would mention it afterwards as a question. We're talking about low-skilled types of work sometimes. However, I believe that it should be a link, because I know we offer in Metadrasy, and Katerina knows well about that, the scholarships project with the University of the People. So essentially, it's about providing the minors, the adolescents, with the options of choosing what to do. That's the most important thing, isn't it? I don't know if...
I totally agree. I just wrote down the word options, because it is something that it's like a hot potato, because they do not even have the choice in which country to apply for asylum. So option is, yeah, it's a hot potato when it comes to refugees. I will throw it away, and I will go to Katerina and ask her to elaborate a little bit on the scholarship issue that Iro just mentioned. And then I would suggest that we move to questions that we have, because I know that we have 10 minutes to lunch, and soon people will start moving in their chairs. So.
Sure. So, sure, maybe this one is better. Okay, so in terms of the scholarships program, first of all, just a note on the background and the importance of providing scholarships. I think most of you who are in this room will know that there is a huge discrepancy between the access to tertiary education between the general population and the refugee population. So recent international statistics show that about 35% of the general population do access one form of tertiary education, whereas only about 1% of the refugee population have access to tertiary education. And this is for a number of different reasons, which we can investigate. We know the challenges in terms of children, teenagers, young adults who are arriving in Greece, huge issues in terms of their previous access to education, the heterogeneity of their need when they get here, the fact that they don't always land in very supportive environments in the Greek public school system, which leads to massive school dropout, the lack of recognition of their qualifications from their previous country of origin, which prevents them from accessing meaningful pathways to tertiary education. So keeping all of that in mind, Metadrasy started a program last year in June, a pilot program to provide scholarships to a 4-year accredited institution, an online university based in the US. And we have so far supported 3 rounds of candidates to enroll in this university, called University of the People. But we are interested in really expanding this program. We know that there have been other initiatives in Greece to provide scholarships to tertiary education. I think it would be extremely important to also examine ways to have children access the Greek university system, which is not always so easy when we're talking about 15, 16, 17-year-olds who are arriving in Greece and then have to sit the Pan-Hellenic exams. There are, of course, cases of children who, having only been here for 2 years, have already magnificently learnt the language and have enrolled in Greek universities. But we do need to start to think about potentially having alternative evaluation methodologies for their induction into Greek tertiary education, besides just the sitting of the Pan-Hellenic exams at the end of secondary school. And having perhaps prerequisites in terms of intensive enrollment in Greek language learning, etc. So that's all about our scholarships program. We're hoping it will be expanded soon, and let me know if you have any other questions.
Thank you. Before receiving the questions, I would like to use what you said, the access to tertiary education. In the Special Secretariat, we also have a mentorship project, which is a little bit different than the mentorship model that you presented here. We have 3 amazing ex-unaccompanied minors who are now adults and work as mentors with us. And 2 of them are actually in Greek universities, having passed the Pan-Hellenic exams. And especially Hadi, who is from Afghanistan, was in Moria. So, and he is just a freshman now in the university. And there is progress, and we are.
Just because I know we don't have too much time, just very briefly, I think the gap that we need to close, though, is essentially providing the career guidance and mentoring from like the 17, 18 until they get to the job market. So essentially, can we establish through NGOs, through other types of programs, career counseling before they reach the age of 18? It's not like 18 on the clock and then who are you then? Like what's happening after? So you need to have this for a year, age 17. What are your options from like digital education? Very important. I mean, those people need to know how to use like computers well. And we know that they know because they're young. And young people know how to use tablets way better than older ones. So it's just steps by steps on that, on the vocational training that they have, on the higher education training that they could potentially have, on sports, on activities, everything essentially, because they're people and people need everything from education to what choice they will have in terms of food to what choice they will have in terms of their lives. So this is a big gap essentially that we have. I have identified. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not. It's a lack of dissemination information, but essentially it's a key thing for us to be able to help those.
They need everything. I would agree.
Yeah.
All the way to Picasso of 1907 because
exactly.
They need everything. Full stop. Time is up. I zip it. So, do we have questions? If the letters are big enough for me to read. Okay, I think Katerina touched a little bit on that, and Yorgos would love this question. How did COVID impact the access to education for these children? I guess these is our children. And what challenges did you see? You started by saying that inequalities were exacerbated, so.
Yes, I would say that's the overarching conclusion was that any educational inequalities that were pre-existing were only exacerbated and the scissors opened further during the pandemic, not in all locations. So for example, in our non-formal education centers on the mainland, in Athens and Thessaloniki, both working with adults and with children where there was access to the internet connection, there were access to devices. There was a pretty seamless transition between the physical classroom and the virtual learning environment. Obviously, we all became accustomed to it more with the second lockdown, so there was a little bit of that frictional learning at the first stage, but I think by the second lockdown, we were all pretty well prepared. However, on the islands, that was a completely different story, and it's very different now, where I would say a huge improvement has been the the mass transfers of children from the islands, and we aren't really seeing that many children, both accompanied and not, remaining in the reception and identification centers. But this was not so much the case in 2020, 2021, where there were thousands of children still residing on the islands, and all of a sudden, the entire pedagogical framework that had been pre-established just disappeared overnight. And we had to be very flexible and quite imaginative. And I would say we did it only with tepid success, if I'm being completely honest, because we developed a methodology to have basically homework or educational packages that we were handing out in person, door to door, container to container, inside the refugee camps, or leaving them outside our educational center and then having them hand delivered to students based on which student group they belonged to and what materials they had already covered. But a number of issues there in terms of then providing feedback to the children and fostering that environment of that supportive environment, which is part and parcel with progressing and with the educational outcomes. Obviously, COVID pandemic did not only impact learning outcomes for refugee children. This was a generalized problem across the population, but I think we can say with relative assuredness that it was even more problematic in our particular subset. Yeah.
Chris, would you say, and that would be the last, yes, I promise. Chris, would you say that the impact was as strong in the Netherlands also regarding COVID and the education of refugee children?
I don't know if it was just as big, but I do know that the impact was really big in the Netherlands. And the children that we have in our SIL location, they get a lot from the social interaction in their classroom. So they were used to go to school to see their friends there, to see their teachers, and not only to learn from a book, but also to play sports or to do art. And I noticed when they were at home, using the laptop with the Zoom meeting to attend the class, that it was not really motivating for them. It was really hard for them. The teachers, of course, they did really well, and they did their best. They made the best out of it to give them nice assignments and to make it more interesting for them. But still we see a lot of problems regarding to COVID and regarding to that type of education. So, yes.
Thank you very, very, very much. You see, yes, well, I will break my promise, but only because she told me so.
Hello. Are there any tools that the teachers of the public schools can use in order to help the unaccompanied minors that study there? Thank you.
Do you have half an hour for George to present, because he has been part of an amazing team that not only prepared material for refugee students, but I think we are very well ahead of Europe with the accelerated learning material, which is amazing, to try to decrease the gap in the knowledge, because I keep listening to people referring to the language as the only problem. But for a child that has been out of school for 6 or 7 years and doesn't know simple maths, to go and attend upper high school, it's impossible, no matter how good the Greek proficiency is. So, George, would you like to say a couple of things even for the accelerated learning material or anything else?
I mean, there are many things, and this is interesting that during this period of time, there have been many experiential activities created, toolkits, manuals that are using also the mother tongues of these people, which is not a common issue in the monolinguistic, monoculturalist, mono-religious, mono-everything Greek educational, monolithic, Paleolithic. Okay, so a lot of attempts, some very successful. I will go back to one main point. Everything that we are doing and everything that we discuss has an impact and a linkage with systemic issues. I mean, we saw what Geli was mentioning before for the accelerated learning program. This is, to make it very brief, 6 manuals for secondary education students, high school students that have missed periods of schooling, to recap, let's say, the 3 years of teaching of maths, biology, chemistry, physics, history, and social science in 1 year. Okay, but this to be done, it's not just, you know, make short the narration. It's a different methodology and a different way of thinking of education, more competency-based. So what we saw from the teachers during the pilot implementation of these materials was that, you know, at the end of the day, it's not to be used either in a reception classes or in a refugee facility, reception facility for refugee education or whatever. It's to be used on the mainstream class as additional material, helping all students better acquiring knowledge and competencies related with these issues. So everything we do needs to have an impact on the mainstream. This is the way, in my understanding, to move forward. And, you know, I would also comment one thing on the digital tools, that at this point, through the pandemic, we saw an opportunity also. Because before, we were talking, for example, about learning the mother tongues. And the usual, you know, saying on that was, look, I have 40 different languages in my school. What do you propose? To hire 40 different teachers that I would not been able to find, and then to fight the legislative framework and so on to teach this language. And now you see, it becomes easier. You have a digital environment, you can create, you know, for Ukrainian, for Arabic, for Urdu, you know, the spot where this language will be broadcasted, you know, virtually, synchronously, or asynchronous distance learning transmitted, and you can create this opportunity for these people to keep learning their mother tongue or start learning, because some of them didn't have the opportunity to start even. So let's keep that in mind. We have also, in everything that has to do with crisis, we have emerging opportunities.
No. I can see. Okay, then, okay, 1 minute. Started counting now. I want...
Just on the point of the digital tools in formal education, we use the Achilles blended learning platform in collaboration with UNICEF. And actually, this has been a very valuable tool that we've expanded into the formal education system. So in the EP, in the refugee structures for refugee education. I think it's a helpful example as well of how the synergetic partnership between non-formal education providers and formal education providers can optimize educational outputs. Because in this case, you do have an educational team from the non-formal education sector, from civil society, who is training and providing tools to the formal education system, where some of the teachers perhaps do not have a background in intercultural education, and in that regard can benefit from the expertise of non-formal education providers. So we can, if you're interested in that as a digital tool, we're currently working with 20 refugee structures for refugee, reception structures for refugee education in the public school system. And that's something that's going to continue expanding over the coming years.
I want to add and promise that close with this, that in refugee education, wherever there is a will, you will find a way. And now you will find the material, because when we started working in intercultural schools, which is my permanent position, we started with George back in 1990s. We're that old. So we didn't have any material. We're talking about 32 years before. And because we wanted, we found the way. It's when you do not want that you find an excuse. And we have to start getting rid of the excuses that people provide, because when you want, you will find the way. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch. You have 1 hour.
Αγγλικό ρελέ, αγγλικό ρελέ, αγγλικό ρελέ. Αγγλικό ρελέ, αγγλικό ρελέ. Να σου πω, Φάνη, αν πας να μιλήσεις από εκεί πέρα... όχι, δεν μας νοιάζει. Δουλεύει. Το θέμα είναι να μην είναι ένα. Τι να μην είναι ένα? Ναι, μιλάω. Μιλάω.
Για τραβά, μίλα. Θα με κόψεις.
Προφανώς και σε κόβω, δεν μιλάνε ποτέ δύο. Αγγλικά, 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 αγγλικά.
Αγγλικά, 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 αγγλικά. Και γλυκά μπορώ. Γίνεται κόκκινο και μιλάς, τίποτα άλλο.
Στο κόκκινο μιλάς.
Ναι.
Welcome back from lunch. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the third and last panel of today. That is entitled Our Voices, the Changes We Hope to See in SIL. And this will be coordinated by Marjolein Groen from NIDOS, who is project manager there.
Leo, for introducing me. I would like to have the opportunity to ask the panelists to get to the stage as well, because I promised Leo we will finish in time, because we know you all have very busy schedules. So yeah. Okay, and I'll start with...
Θα ξεκινήσω ζητώντας από κάθε συμμετέχοντα να συστηθεί. Έχουμε Ισπανίδα ομιλήτρια, έχουμε διπλή διερμηνία και θα έχουμε λοιπόν... Είμαι η Λόλι Λοντρίγκες, η διευθύντρια του Φοντασιόν.
Servant of interpreter, because my English is very, very, very bad. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Evtichia Georgiadi from IRC International Rescue Committee Hellas. I am head of programs with IRC and previously involved in the supporting the independent living projects. Thank you for the invitation and for the discussion so far.
I am Nefeli Pandiri from Marsis Association for the Social Support of Youth. I am in charge of all the AMIF-funded projects regarding unaccompanied minors. Hello to everybody.
Hello, everyone. You cannot hear me, eh?
No.
That's a typical thing for me. So, can you hear me now? Nice. My name is Evdokia Grilaki. I'm the Child Protection and Child Safeguarding Officer in Mentorship, and I'm very glad to be here and that you're all here. And?
Hello, everyone. My name is Bahram Sharifi. I'm from Afghanistan. And thank you again to Mentorship for giving me the opportunity to share my experience with you fine people. And yeah, I was part of the SIL program in Mentorship for about 2 years, so I'm really happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for everybody for introducing themselves. Well, my name is Marjolein Groen. Very difficult to pronounce, as difficult as it's for me to pronounce the Greek names. I'm a project manager at NIDOS, the National Guardianship Foundation in the Netherlands, where I manage projects, of course, and before that I've been in youth care for 25 years, so I've done a lot with regular SILs and group homes. I've been a guardian myself, so I have a lot of experience, and I'm really honored to be here and in this last panel and to talk about what changes, and especially that we have an experienced expert, Bahram, because we have talked and shared good practices all morning about what we have been doing in the project and what work is still ahead of us. And I'm very interested in what Bahram has to say about this, because we are doing it for them, and now we have a chance to include the voice of the children in this project. So, and well, this panel is about the things we want to accomplish in the time that's ahead of us. So I would prefer not to focus too much on challenges, which can drain the energy, but to focus on which small step we can proceed to tackle the stuff, the things we talked about this morning. And Lolly, I would give to you the floor now.
So, thank you very much. Me gustaría explicar, para dar contexto a lo que os voy a explicar ahora, de lo que ha sido el reto más importante para nuestro SIL en España, que el sistema de protección español es el mismo para los menores no acompañados que para los menores de edad nacidos en España.
Eso quiere decir que están bajo el mismo sistema de protección y con la misma normativa. Los menores no acompañados en España no dependen del Departamento de Migraciones, sino que dependen del Departamento de Infancia y Familias, ¿vale? El reto más complicado que teníamos en España era el reto de renovar el permiso de residencia y de trabajo cuando estos jóvenes que migran solos, sin familia, llegaban a la mayoría de edad, a los 18 años. En ese momento, como sistema de protección, nos encontrábamos delante de un oxímoron, un sistema de protección que deja a los jóvenes desprotegidos precisamente cuando más lo necesita. En ese momento fue cuando muchas organizaciones no gubernamentales,
many NGOs from Spain, as explained earlier by Patricia this morning, well, we have launched a project in all Spanish locations to achieve this change in terms of the law, of the legislation. In October 21, the Spanish government managed to achieve this change in Spain. There are laws that cover the entire peninsula, and there are different laws in the independent autonomous regions putting in place the different laws. So the responsible body was the Spanish government itself. This modification of the law is the royal decree modifying the previous one, 557011. And if you would like to note down the number of the decree, 55011, which is precisely for unaccompanied minors, so that they can get a license and work in Spain. There are 3 ways via which they can get papers in order for them to improve their legal status. The first one involves the administrative procedure so that they may enjoy protection, state protection. This changed October 21 thanks to the law I've just mentioned. The second one, the asylum procedure. Well, you know them very well, and there's a third path which is relevant to exemptions. In other words, when a person is a victim of trafficking, there's a third, rather hard path, because it requires a judicial ruling. In most cases, girls, trafficking victims, who are not prepared to apply, which would mean to let themselves become victims again in a different system. So to fulfill the procedure, well, this might appear an impossible path.
Totally in the blue what it's about.
Τίνος πρόκειται. Θα ήθελα λοιπόν να καλέσω κάποιους που ακούσατε αυτή την ιστορία
about what Lolly has been talking about, because it will help our panelists I know the main success in Spain, so I will introduce it, is that the law is changed and that unaccompanied minors will get a working permit.
From 16 to 21.
Which is, of course, a great opportunity for unaccompanied children to build a future in Spain. So that I think this is what you have been explaining to us and talking about. And also, of course, in SIL, yeah, about your facility.
Okay. Voy acabando, ya. Necesitan demostrar.
They need to demonstrate their capacity to live independently in supported in Spain, and that they are capable, meaning the money they may receive are enough for them to live on. By the end of 21, there has been an exception for adolescents of 16 years old when the law was put in force, and this is why we had this modification.
Effie, what do you think about the change of the law in Spain? Would it be a good... children get a working permit. How is the situation in your SIL? What is your small challenge that you can accomplish in the next couple of years? So don't reflect on the law, because, well, we can't change the law, of course, and they're making great progress in Greece, but in your SIL, what's your step to the future?
Yeah, actually, like it is great that this has happened in Spain, and maybe it can happen also in Greece. And actually, during the last weeks, we have been discussing again the changes that need to happen in the legislation and to provide for the humanitarian reasons. So a residence permit for humanitarian reasons for unaccompanied children. So this has again resurfaced, and I think that there is a great momentum to do this. Unfortunately, the Special Secretary is not here, and no one from the competent ministries, but I think that it is very important to keep this in mind. And all this also resurfaced from the case of Saidou Camara, as many of you have heard. And like many and thousands similar unaccompanied children in Greece that face similar challenges, have similar strengths, and should have similar opportunities, we believe that SIL is an exceptional model of care, and our experience during the last almost 4 years is like evidence to this. The changes that we want to see are also similar to the changes that many unaccompanied children and young adults have shared with us. First of all, we agree with the revision in the age. So we agree that also children aged 15 and above could potentially transferred in SILs. So this is something that we can discuss, and this can change. The other changes have to do with the will that has already been discussed and the access to education that has been raised by the children and by us and the professionals working and supporting children as a very important factor that might negatively affect the integration of children. And it's not only about the Greek language, but about the rest skills, not only around the classes, like math, geography, history, etc., but the soft skills, the interpersonal skills, the social skills, and everything that comes around the process of going to school, as has already been mentioned by Chris before. And the other area of concern is exactly the transition of children to adulthood. Again, this has been shared by the children and the young adults as a factor that negatively affects their integration. We see that children who have left SEALs, the SEAL model of care, and are now in apartments for 18 plus, who are lucky to are in apartments and are not transferred in camps or not become homeless, they immediately apply the skills that they have been taught in SEALs. They are able to also teach other children, young adults, what to do and how to take care of themselves. So they apply directly these skills and the knowledge. However, they see that the day after 18, although the day before they were vulnerable children, now they're vulnerable adults, but they do not have the same services and, yeah, not the same rights. And they get back to us for support in SEALs. So we feel very numb because we see the failure in the system, and it seems that we take steps backwards.
But I'm very interested because Bahram, he was nodding like, what do you feel about the things we are here saying with regard to SIL and the challenges and what you have heard this morning? Because you are our expert. You have, what do you think about the age?
I agree with a lot of things that you said, and it is true. There are, I mean, as my experience that I have spent the time that I have spent in SIL, it was. I was lucky, to be honest. I was lucky, but so many others weren't. You know, there was the time that I joined. I was 16, and it was scary times. It is scary, you know, being 16 in a foreign country. It was very easy to go down the wrong path, or just one thing would happen and you would lose your way. But unfortunately, I met some great people, some amazing people that. Helped me through all that difficulties and made me the person that I am today, for which I will always be grateful. And so many others, that people that I know and friends that I had did not have the opportunity. And it is true when one day you're 17, I don't know, and a half or something, and the next day you're 18, and all that opportunity on the chances that you have are all gone. And it's heartbreaking because I have met some very wonderful people, some smart, amazing guys my age that could have done so many great things, and did not have the opportunity. And that was it's a bit heartbreaking. And regarding that, I don't know if there will be changes. I think if anything could change, I would save lives. You know, a lot of people would be happy, and yeah, that's my my view on that. Thank you.
So you, as an expert, say, well, SIL is for me was the best shelter, and you would have.
It is. In fact, because so many young people don't have that opportunity. Because, for example, me, I started living in camps and shelters, from one shelter to another. So we did not have that freedom, that privacy, or the opportunity to express yourself and to be responsible, to have that responsibility. It starts, from cooking, washing your own clothes, cleaning your own room. And it starts from all that. And then you get the sense of responsibility that, you're meant to do more. It's not just you're not just supposed to live in a house, someone cook for you all day and, do one Greek lesson, And there was a fact that there were times that, you would be thrown into schools that were, with 30 other people that you don't know, you don't speak the same language. And it's like, what am I doing here? I'm not supposed to be here. And it's a bit difficult for so many people that I have met. And it's an issue. It's a big issue that, and still, the thing is, the good thing that happened, for me, it was the best thing that could happen to me. And like I said, so many others weren't lucky. So many others, so many, bright souls that, that could have done, could have had that opportunity. And the fact that, for example, another issue is that with the time that you have in SIL, it's from 16 to 18, an issue that was pointed out in the previous panels. And it was the fact that someone might come at the age of 17 and a half, something like that. So what are they preparing for example? So they have, I know this because I've experienced it firsthand with other people I know, and it happened to me also, because then you get the feeling that, okay, I will be here 2 months, 3 months, I'm not going to learn anything, I'm not going to be ready for anything. So the only thing I can do is just, get my travel documents and get out of here. Yeah. And the thing is, the heartbreaking thing is, so many others don't know where they're going. Without any information, okay, of course, Germany sounds nice, looks nice, you see it on TV. We grew up seeing it on TV, it's Europe. But it's not as good as, it is for you than it was for someone else. So they go without that information, and in some cases, they get returned back, where they have lost the opportunity that they had here and there. Yeah. So then they're in the middle of, this void that they don't know what to do. Then they turn to, crime, being used. At some cases, getting addicted, which I have seen people that I know, people that were, athletes, bright and amazing people, and then one day I met them on the street. And it's just, you get speechless. Like, what is happening? And that kind of gives you, you start to, get scared, because what's happening to my future here? What am I doing? And you get all these questions that to which, if you don't have the right people with you to guide you, you give yourself the wrong answers. And that can lead to bad life in general, to anyone, not just refugees, but yeah, but that is, one of the issues in my experience for refugees, especially young adults that are living here in Greece.
So to summarize your words, if the SIL system would be implemented throughout Europe on a larger scale, it would be helpful for a lot of...
it can work. It is, it have worked very well in some cases. It could be better, or, anything that helps is always better, and still it can get better. But I think if they were to multiply it, or just try to expand it, it would help a lot of lives. It would save a lot of lives, from destroying themselves in a way. Yeah, of course it is helpful. Okay. Why not? And who would think that it's not helpful? Having that freedom to yourself, to be able to feel, as a little bit of normality. It's a huge deal itself. So yes, of course, yeah. Okay. I think it would be amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
well, I'll turn to Evdokia. Of course, you're from Mentorship, and I would love to hear you speak. But I'm this Nefili just arrived from Thessaloniki, so I would really like to offer her the opportunity to share when you hear Bahram's words. What do you think? What can you do from ARSIS to make this future he describes this for other children possible?
Well, that's quite general. We agree. I think that all the actors that are working with unaccompanied minors agree that the semi-independent living is the most targeted and well-designed approach for this target group, unaccompanied minors 16 to 18. I think that we all see that there are many, many steps to be done in order for this kind of approach to actually be viable and to become the main accommodation access in Greece. To be quite honest, unfortunately, the last year and a half, all the actors are meeting in a monthly basis, and unfortunately, the only thing that we discuss is program issues. Because on program aspect, we have many, many problems regarding the funding, regarding the unit cost, regarding many program things. And we don't have the opportunity to actually stand all together and discuss, exchange good practices, create a common methodology, something that we did in the previous pilot period. Prior to the national funding of the semi-independent living, we had the opportunity, along with UNICEF and UNHCR and ECA, to stand all together, create a common methodological aspect. And now we are only talking about, unfortunately, money, unit cost, etc. I think that in order to say only 2 or 3 things, because we have a very limited time, I will like to make a comment regarding the age. We as ARCIS do not agree that the age should be lower in the 15 years of age. We think that the semi-independent living is a correct approach for children from 16 to 18. What we think is that the system should working better. So the design here was that the children would stay to the shelters up until 16 and then to SIL. This is not happening. We don't have a correct referral mechanism that actually see each case individualized, see if this child is well suited for semi-independent living, and refer the child there. Because the shelter that cannot refer them due to unit cost, the SIL cannot refuse them due to unit cost, and we end up having many cases that are not well suited for this approach. We think that it is very important for each child to have at least 1 full year to live in the semi-independent living approach. This is something that would actually create the space, the place, for us to correctly support unaccompanied minor. We think also that we need to stand all together, shelters and semi-independent living, and create a common base of rules in the 2 accommodation alternative, because many cases we have us coming to SIL and say we don't want to stay because there are more rigid rules here regarding us not leaving the apartments overnight, etc. We think that we should change our methodology regarding provision to the children, because they are now taking 150 euros cash, and with this money they have to cover everything. We think that this is an anti-incentive for the child to come to the apartments, because there are very big costs that cannot be covered, like clothes, for example. Yeah. And more importantly, educational activities, recreational activities, lessons, tuitions. This should be provided to the child in order for us to be able to have an individualized plan for the children. And of course, and I'm closing with that because this was quite mentioned, we think that it's very important to have a follow-up to each child that leaves the apartments at 18 years of old. We have our rule is 18 months. 18 months after the date of adulthood, we keep on follow-up. We have a centralized social service in each city that support all the child from all the units of semi-independent living. In this centralized service, we have the lessons, we have the social worker, we have all the personnel of the project, and the children keep on coming after they're leaving the program. And because STIA has some limited means of support, these children need our support for the months to come. So I will not tell many other things, just a call for us to meet again and discuss good practices, discuss methodology, discuss our actual work, and not funding would be perfect.
Thank you. I think we will all have a chance and opportunity to discuss this more in the working groups tomorrow. But I look at maybe there are some questions from the live stream, because we have a couple of more minutes. So I would like to ask one question, or maybe there are questions from the audience, and then we can wrap up at 3, just as I promised. Oh, great. I got bonus minutes, so we still have 10 minutes. Great, thank you. Okay, the question from our live stream is, well, to support integration as best as possible, what kind of cities or neighborhoods is it better to have SIL? Should it be big cities or small cities? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I spent about almost 2 years in Samos, which was lovely in a way, because I got to live in the northern camps, but in the shelters that had metadracy prepared for the unaccompanied minors, which was, like I said, I was lucky. And I think it is, look, of course it's difficult, you know, because it's a difficult, how do I put this? it doesn't matter where exactly, but it doesn't matter where it is, as long as they are getting help in a way that they can move on with their life and just, you know, being held back with the past that they have all the time, even living in camps. There were people living in camps for years. That's no different than living in some cases worse, than living in the country that you supposedly escaped from. So it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't matter where it is exactly. Of course, it has to do with how they can do it and, you know, the best way possible, but it doesn't matter wherever it is. It's mountains, I don't know, jungles, but as long as you're getting the help that they need or deserve, I think, you know, it wouldn't matter, yes.
Getting out of the camps is the most important, and whether it's in a big city or in a small village.
It is. I've lived there. It's not very pleasant.
Okay.
And so many others would say the same thing, and so many others are still living in the camps. There has been, I believe, thousands of discussions about it and how right or wrong it is. And although so many things have improved, but there could be more work done in that area. And I think, yeah, no one would want that. Everyone wants their own, you know, to live their life, have a normal life, you know, for their kids to go to school, you know, have a normal education. That's just anyone wants.
Okay.
Anybody, not just refugees. I mean, we have Ukrainians with you know, they're a European country. And they were living their lives, you know, a couple of months ago, and here we are now, and 21st century with this issue, which shouldn't. It gets political a bit, but yeah, I will not get into it. But yeah, exactly, it is happening, and I don't think I'm certified to talk about that. Okay. I will leave it to professionals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because I saw you. Short comment. Arsis has apartments in a very small city, Kozani, a small city, Ioanna, and a big city, Thessaloniki.
Interesting.
Our results show that the integration opportunities in a smaller city are extremely higher, because we have employers that are willing and sensitized to hire, who ask when they turn teen, etc. But, and this is of course correct, in order to refer a child in a semi-independent living apartment, it's their own will on where they will live is the most important aspect. Yeah. So everyone wants to go to Thessaloniki or in Athens, mainly in Athens. So yes, methodologically speaking, it is 100% better approach to go in a smaller city, but unfortunately, the children themselves does not want to go in Ioannina, in Kozani, in Trikala, for example.
I think in the Netherlands, but I look at my colleagues, it's the same. It's attractive to live in a big city, and where the smaller cities, they offer more opportunities, and the society is more, protective is not the right word, but offers integration opportunities, and they're welcoming, whether looking at, compared to living in a big city, well, you don't know your neighbors, so if there is a sill next to you, well, who cares? So, but Evdokia, what do you think?
Yeah, following what Bahram said, and I believe that we don't have to say anything more after what he said, but I'm staying in the example of Samos, of Chios, of Kalamata, where we operate at the moment SIL apartments. What we can see is that minors can grow while societies are growing with them. So it's not only minors being integrated in a society, but also society becomes opener, having an unaccompanied minor there, seeing that they're not, I don't know, aliens, seeing that they're human, that they do still have feelings, they're real people, and they're not just numbers, they're not just stories that frighten us. So for me, it's a step that we all should take, all countries should take, not only countries, not only main cities, but also countries, countryside. We should spend more time finding places suitable for minors there. We should find more time
to give them the opportunity to integrate as they want, but also we should work with them and empower to take such a decision, because it's a very huge decision to change. Okay, I'm living in Athens, but I don't know what is my best interest, and I have to search it with you. I will give you the opportunity to find all the durable solutions and to see them. If I don't give you the right tools to find it, you will not see it. So for me, the big challenge for the next years is to give them the right tools to choose for the future.
Thank you. Well, I think this all says it all. So I look at Leo. I think it's a good time to wrap up the meeting. Thank you for having the opportunity to lead this panel, and I've had a lot of inspiring words from you. Thank you, and thank you all for your patience with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll have time to go more into detail about SIL and housing tomorrow in the working groups. I'm really looking forward to that. For now, for the closing remarks, I would like to call Dr. Eleonora Milazzo to wrap up this day of conference for us. Eleonora.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eleonora Milazzo. I'm a researcher with King's College London and a fellow at Egmont Institute in Belgium. So I'm just going to, first of all, thanks once again the organizers and all our distinguished speakers. My task for today is to give a summary of the main points that we tackled during this very interesting discussion this morning and this afternoon. So today, as you heard, we sort of delved into a new novel and very interesting model for SIL and for mentoring. Developed in the countries that were part of the PROUD project, and we heard about common challenges, but also reflected, and I think this was really really fruitful. Reflected together on the work to be done to create ways to stay and to make as fruitful and smooth as possible the transition into adulthood. So in this respect, I think it was very interesting to hear that SIL is not just a form of accommodation, which still is needed, but it also had cascading benefits on well-being and on social inclusion. So, for example, during the first panel, we heard about some of the key reasons why it is important to start inclusion into SIL from an early stage. We heard about the discussion on the age limits and on the importance of ensuring, to the very least, that unaccompanied minors get to spend at least 1 year into SILs. And we also heard about mentoring as a driver, I would say, as a driver for empowerment and inclusion. I think it's useful to see it this way, and why it should be really built into inclusion systems and become a constant structural feature of building support networks, particularly around unaccompanied minors, for a smoother transition to adulthood. And then finally, well, we heard about housing, education, their connection, particularly with mentoring. And lastly, we had a discussion just now on the caseworker's perspective. I think it's important here to stress, and this is a theme that came up very often during our discussion today, that the uncertainty, the legal uncertainty and the trauma generating by lengthy legal procedures, but simply by the uncertainty of one's legal status is particularly troublesome and has an impact that we heard about on inclusion. And we concluded, I think, on a very important note just now with what I would call a sort of glimpse into inclusion as a truly reciprocal two-way process where there are somehow common benefits in many ways that we can learn from each other if we are open to listen to the people directly involved, both when it comes to caseworkers, people working on the field, but also when it comes to unaccompanied minors and young adults. So just to give you a preview, which is also my task for today, just a preview of what we are going to do tomorrow. So tomorrow we will hear about, first of all, the SEAL Practical Guide, which was developed within the project, and it's a very sort of useful and new tool on its own, so we're going to hear about that. We will discuss mentoring, again, ways to build it in a more structural way into the system, and we will also have thematic working groups on housing, education, and secondary movements, which I invite you to sign up for if you haven't done so yet. And yes, I'm not sure I will hand it back over to Leo or to the organizers. No, thank you very much. I will hand it back over to you. So thank you very much for coming and for staying with us until now. And we all look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Enjoy the beautiful city of Athens if you're not from here, like in my case. Thank you.